In 2008, the world was taken by storm when Marvel Studios released their debut feature film Iron Man to mass acclaim. It started a domino effect that turned the comic book publisher into the biggest name in Hollywood, making billions upon billions of dollars in the process. Even just a few years ago, if you asked a random person on the street if they were excited for the next Marvel movie, there was a very strong chance that you would receive an enthusiastic yes in response. Today, though, the brand is viewed in a very different light, as most audiences have lost that passion, with many of the most recent films not even hitting profitability. Because of this, I wanted to explore what happened, taking a detailed look at the rise and fall of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, to see if it can ever regain the cultural relevance it once had. As you can tell from the watch time, this is going to be a long one, so let's dive right into it. A complete history of Marvel as a whole is unnecessary for this video since you likely know the basics that are important. In the 1960s, creators Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, and Steve Ditko set the comic book world on fire with uber-popular new characters like Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, the Hulk, the Avengers, and the X-Men, just to name a few. The history of Marvel Studios specifically is long and complicated, filled with decades of corporate mergers and acquisitions that I will do my best to summarize for the purpose of understanding the MCU. It began in the early 1980s when Marvel Comics created a new branch of their company called Marvel Productions in order to oversee TV adaptations based on their characters. By the way, prepare yourself to hear the word Marvel so many times over the next few hours that it loses all meaning. In 1986, a buyout from New World Pictures caused Marvel Comics to be merged with Marvel Productions, officially creating the Marvel Entertainment Group. Another acquisition from MacAndrews and Forbes a few years later placed Ronald Perelman in a leadership position at the company, and he had some big ideas. He saw the intense marketing potential for Marvel's characters that they had barely scratched the surface of. The extent of Perelman's work at the comic book juggernaut is long, with his greatest impact being the increase in price and output of their publications, partially contributing to the great comic book crash of the 90s. By 1998, the Marvel Entertainment Group merged with Toy Biz in an attempt to get out of the hole Ronald Perelman had dug them into. Perhaps not coincidentally, this merger also saw the exit of the disgraced exec from the company. Because of these financial woes, Marvel had been selling off the film rights to many of their most prominent characters. Most notably, X-Men, Fantastic Four, and Daredevil went to Fox, Spider-Man went to Sony, and the Hulk went to Universal. In spite of economic hardship, Marvel was still determined to move forward with their multimedia plans. Marvel Studios had been incorporated back in 1996, although their aspirations were much smaller than what they would eventually become known for. Back then, they were solely focused on aiding other production companies with making movies based on Marvel properties. Their first big success came from 1998's Blade, released by New Line Cinema. Things only escalated in the early 2000s when Fox's X-Men and Sony's Spider-Man dominated the box office. What must be understood is that prior to this, there had never been a successful Hollywood blockbuster based on a Marvel property. Comic book movies as a whole were largely seen as a bad investment following the deterioration of the Superman and Batman film franchises. But this was a new boom for the genre, and perhaps Marvel was beginning to feel some seller's remorse after giving up the rights to their most popular characters. 2004 saw some major shakeups in leadership at the House of Ideas, as Ike Perlmutter was named the new CEO and David Maisel was hired as COO. Maisel wondered why Marvel should be happy with letting other studios make millions off of their characters when that was money they should be making for themselves. He soon took out a massive loan of $525 million from an investment company, with the agreement that if the money was not returned within 8 years, the comic publisher would have to give up even more of the remaining character rights. With a lot riding on this plan working out, Marvel teamed up with Paramount in 2005 to start developing their own feature films. Before we go any further in today's video, I just wanted to point out how fatiguing it is watching all of these films. But luckily, I have a really nice chair from FlexiSpot that made the job a lot easier. For the past couple of years, I've had a really lousy old office chair I've been using, which has not been ideal, which is why I jumped at the opportunity to get a C7 Max chair from FlexiSpot. After seamlessly putting it together, I was able to admire the 3D adjustable headrest. For a lot of other ergonomic chairs, you're not able to adjust the backrest portion, but luckily with this, I was able to bring it up or down depending on what I needed, and it makes it a hell of a lot more comfortable. On top of this, the lumbar support allows you to sit up very straight so you don't develop a hunchback like I feel I had been getting after using the other chair for so many years. The seat depth is adjustable depending on what you want, and it also has a latex seat cushion, which is very cozy. And let's not forget you're able to adjust the armrest in any position you see fit. I think the best part about this chair while watching all of these movies was that it has a pull-out footrest built in, so you could take that out and lean back and relax while watching Marvel films. And the best part of all of this is that it has a 30-day money-back guarantee on top of a 10-year warranty. So to look into this chair for yourself, click on the link down below and use code C730 at checkout to get $30 off your purchase. And it's also worth pointing out that FlexiSpot has chairs for all budgets, including the C5 chair and the newly launched C7 Morpher. So again, to check out the product line for yourself, click the link down below. During FlexiSpot's Black Friday promotion, customers can enjoy significant discounts. After a hectic year of meeting with potential filmmakers, Marvel Studios publicly announced their upcoming slate of projects in April of 2006. These included Iron Man, Hulk, Ant-Man, Captain America, Thor, and Nick Fury. Of these titles, only 2 had directors attached, those being Jon Favreau for Iron Man and Edgar Wright for Ant-Man. As you probably know, not all of those movies ended up seeing the light of day, but it still gave comic book fans a lot to look forward to. Speaking of comic book fans, in 2007, a young producer by the name of Kevin Feige was promoted to be president of production at Marvel Studios. Feige already had a good career working with the House of Ideas, as he had produced several Fox movies including the first 2 entries in the X-Men franchise. In fact, he was such a fan of Marvel, he had snuck comic books onto the set of X-Men for the cast to read after director Bryan Singer had issued a complete ban on them. Banning comic books on the set of X-Men has to be the worst thing Bryan Singer has ever done. With everything in place, the stage was set to begin what would soon become the most ambitious project in the history of blockbuster cinema.
Truth is, I am Iron Man.
Like many of Marvel's heroes, the film rights to Iron Man were sold off during the Great Purge of the 1990s, specifically to Universal. In fact, Tom Cruise was at one point in talks to play the Armored Avenger, but the project ended up going nowhere and the IP jumped around between a few other studios, none of whom ever did anything with it. It's important to note that any time Marvel sold the film rights to one of their characters to another studio, they would always include what's commonly referred to as a use-it-or-lose-it clause in their contracts. Essentially, this meant that if there was no movie based on the property in active production within a certain amount of time, the rights would automatically revert back to Marvel. This is how they got a number of their lesser-known characters back from other studios. And let me be clear, even though he wasn't necessarily obscure, Iron Man was certainly a lesser-known character prior to 2008. When they were doing early focus testing, Marvel quickly realized the most casual audiences either had no idea who he was or just assumed he was a robot. In order to combat these misconceptions, the studio produced a series of what they called advertorials, animated TV spots meant to fill in viewers on the basics of who Iron Man was. The first big challenge for director Jon Favreau was finding the perfect lead. It was a risky venture for all parties. Not only did studios need a strong enough star to draw people in, but actors were concerned about the potential hit their careers could take if the film bombed. But if Marvel Studios and Paramount wanted a safe bet, they received the opposite when Robert Downey Jr. was eventually cast in the role. At one point in time, Downey was seen as a talented actor with a promising career in Hollywood. But things took a turn for the worse in 1996, when he went on a drug bender that ended with him breaking into the home of an out-of-town neighbor and fell asleep on their child's bed. This was the result of a lifelong battle with substance abuse, as he had been addicted to heroin and cocaine since he was just 8 years old. At least that's what he told the judge during one of his many court appearances. After multiple other arrests over the following years, Robert Downey Jr. finally got clean around 2003 and started the process of rebuilding his shattered reputation. With that history, studio executives were understandably nervous about having this man be the face of their debut feature. But Jon Favreau, being a massive fan of the comic book source material, believed that Downey's personal demons mirrored those of Tony Stark, thus making him the obvious choice for the role. The director got his wish, and the rest of the cast was rounded out with Terrence Howard as Stark's best friend James Rhodey Rhodes, Gwyneth Paltrow as the love interest Pepper Potts, and Jeff Bridges as the villain Obadiah Stane, aka Ironmonger. Favreau's biggest concern while constructing the movie was making sure it honored its comic book roots while still feeling like something that could plausibly happen in the real world. Great care was taken with the effects department to get the Iron Man suit right, making it a real intangible object rather than a fully computer-generated model. While there was obviously a lot of CGI used for the final product, making the armor feel as tangible as possible was incredibly important to the crew. When the movie debuted on May 2, 2008, it was an immediate hit. It ended up grossing over $580 million, more than making up for the loan they took out only a few years prior. Marvel, for the first time in decades, felt safe. It was also beloved by critics and audiences alike, who universally praised Robert Downey Jr.'s interpretation of Tony Stark as a cool wisecracker, with a plethora of demons bubbling beneath the surface. Some comic book purists, one of whom may have been the main researcher on this video, objected to Iron Man's extreme willingness to kill his enemies in the movie, but those criticisms were few and far between. As for the film itself, Iron Man tells the story of Tony Stark, a billionaire arms dealer who sees the error of his ways after being kidnapped by terrorists using his own weapons. Upon returning home, he decides to use his genius to help people rather than perpetuate war, becoming the superhero Iron Man. There are also small hints to the larger Marvel universe sprinkled throughout, like Captain America's shield being visible in the background of Stark's lab. The very end of the movie sees Tony get up on stage for a press conference in which he reveals his double life to the world. This now iconic moment was actually an ad-lib from Robert Downey Jr., as the original script simply ended with Iron Man's true identity remaining a secret. While this was a massive departure from the source material, it provided something exciting for people to talk about as they left the theater. And speaking of things for people to talk about as they left the theater, those who stuck around after the credits were rewarded with one final scene. When Tony returns home after his press conference, he's greeted by Nick Fury, director of the spy agency S.H.I.E.L.D., who says that he'd like to discuss something called the Avengers initiative. If the movie itself had excited fans, this sent their hype into overdrive. They already knew about Marvel's planned slate of upcoming films, but they had no idea that they were all supposed to be connected like this. You also need to understand that moviegoers were not accustomed to waiting until the end of the credits at this point in time, so most had missed the scene on their first viewing. As word of mouth spread, though, people returned to the theater for a second viewing to see this mythical Easter egg that they missed out on, increasing ticket sales even more. Nick Fury was played by Samuel L. Jackson, who himself was also a massive comic book fan. In fact, years prior in Marvel's Ultimate Universe series of comics, the character was redesigned to resemble Jackson without his knowledge or consent. When he stopped into a comic book store and saw his counterpart on the page, the actor was understandably confused, as he later stated in an interview, "I called my manager immediately. It's like, who'd I give permission to use my image for a comic book? Or did you guys do it and didn't tell me? Were you trying to surprise me, and what are you talking about?" Luckily for Marvel, Jackson didn't try to sue them for stealing his likeness. In fact, this is what opened up the door for him to eventually play the character on screen. Now that Iron Man had been released into the world, the Marvel Cinematic Universe experiment was officially underway. The success was felt instantaneously within Marvel Studios, as Kevin Feige was quickly promoted to the position of president. And they were hitting the ground running, because the very next month saw the release of the second film in the series. Hulk! Smash! The history of the Hulk on the big screen is a bit more complicated than that of Iron Man. While his rights were also purchased by Universal in the 90s sell-off, they were much more eager to produce a film based on the Jade Giant. 2003 saw the release of Hulk, directed by Ang Lee, which by all accounts was a critical and financial dud. I rented this movie at Blockbuster when I was a little kid and turned it off halfway through because it was very boring. While the studio initially tried to make their own follow-up, they eventually decided to allow the property to revert back to Marvel while negotiating a deal in which Universal still held the distribution rights to any future Hulk movies. Even though they were now beginning to work on an entirely new project, Marvel Studios and their new director Louis Leterrier had to contend with the fact that the 2003 movie would still be fresh in the minds of many audience members. They opted to lean into it, foregoing the usual origin story and instead making a film that could theoretically make sense as a sequel to Ang Lee's film, even if all the characters were recast and no specific plot points from the earlier feature were ever mentioned. They also needed to pivot from Lee's heavy stylized vision, making the world feel more grounded like Iron Man had been. For the star of the movie, they turned to acclaimed performer Edward Norton, who signed on with the agreement that he would be allowed to help write the script. Similar to Robert Downey Jr., Norton was also seen as a risky choice to lead the film due to his reputation of being difficult to work with, but his talent and star power more than made up for that. At least, that's what Kevin Feige and Marvel executives thought at the time. In reality, though, the set of The Incredible Hulk was rife with arguments between Norton, Leterrier, and the studio. The biggest clashes seemed to come from the movie's tone and length. Norton wanted a longer film that clocked in at around 2.5 hours that really dived into the tragedy at the heart of the Hulk character, while Marvel wanted a sub-2 hour crowd-pleasing action blockbuster. While some people in retrospect have praised Norton for standing firm on his vision, in general it's seen as a bad sign when an actor takes so much creative control on a movie they star in. As for the director, while he largely took the side of his star in these arguments, it seemed as though he had lost a lot of the power on set that a director should hold. The studio wishes eventually won out in the end, and the plot of The Incredible Hulk followed Bruce Banner hiding out in South America and searching for a cure for his uncontrollable transformations into an alternate personality, a raging green monster known as the Hulk. All the while, he is being hunted by the ruthless General Thaddeus Ross, who views Banner as a danger to the world that must be dealt with. Prior to the movie's release, rumors were swirling wildly about the fights on set, making those on the outside think that this movie would be a disaster. To his credit, Norton decided to release a statement in an attempt to clear the air. Regrettably, our healthy process, which is and should be a private matter, was misrepresented publicly as a dispute, seized on by people looking for a good story, and has been distorted to such a degree that it risks distracting from the film itself, which Marvel, Universal, and I refuse to let happen. This did very little to quell speculation, though, and things only became worse when Norton opted out of doing press leading up to the film's release. He didn't even attend the world premiere. While this alone didn't sink the movie's chances at the box office, it certainly didn't help. The Incredible Hulk grossed just over $264 million on a budget of roughly $150 million. Critics and audiences were not very impressed either. Even if there were very few people who seemed to outright despise the blockbuster, reviews were generally quite mild, though it still was rated fresh by Rotten Tomatoes. Regardless, the response was nowhere near the success Marvel had seen with Iron Man. Speaking of which, the post-credits scene of this movie sees Tony Stark meeting with General Ross in order to discuss the team he's building. Okay, maybe it's a stretch to call this a post-credit scene, since it actually takes place right before the end of the movie. It was probably too soon after Iron Man for Marvel to think most audiences knew to wait around until the last second for every piece of content. But even then, the intended surprise was ruined when Universal released a teaser that included Robert Downey Jr.'s appearance just days before the Incredible Hulk's global premiere. It was clear they were still working out the kinks on running a cinematic universe. One of the movie's final scenes also shows the character Samuel Stearns, played by Tim Blake Nelson, being mutated into his villainous persona from the comic books, The Leader. This is something that would not get followed up on for a very, very long time. In fact, while Bruce Banner and his supporting cast have popped up in plenty of other MCU projects, this is the only solo Hulk movie that Marvel Studios has ever produced. There has never been an official explanation as to why that is, but fans have speculated that the co-distribution deal with Universal has made Marvel uninterested in doing anything too big with the property. The low performance of the Incredible Hulk probably hasn't helped matters either. It's funny to think that Universal ended up screwing themselves out of so much money by allowing Marvel to put the Hulk character into other films for free, while not being assured that full Hulk films would also be made for them to profit from as a condition to the deal. Despite any Hulk-related setbacks, the groundbreaking success of Iron Man had still put Hollywood in a buzz. The debut feature of a new studio taking over the popular conversation to such a degree was practically unheard of, especially considering it was based on a niche comic book character. This caught the attention of Disney CEO Bob Iger, who at the time was looking to expand his entertainment empire beyond the traditional animated films that it had built its reputation on. This brings us to August 31st, 2009, when Disney officially signed a $4 billion deal to purchase the Marvel Entertainment Group, adding the comic book publisher and burgeoning movie studio to the House of Mouse. They were still under contract with Paramount to release their next few movies, but this minor caveat would soon appear inconsequential to what Walt's company would accomplish with the IP catalog in the following decade.
I have successfully privatized world peace.
After the explosive success of Iron Man, Marvel Studios was eager to fast-track a sequel into development. It was greenlit mere days after the release of the first movie, and thus created a mad scramble to get the original cast and crew signed back on. Some were easier than others. Negotiations with Jon Favreau and Robert Downey Jr. went smoothly, but others like Samuel L. Jackson proved trickier. While there were initially rumors that they wouldn't be able to get him back at all, he and Marvel eventually reached an agreement that resulted in Jackson signing an unprecedented 9-picture deal with the studio. Other negotiations didn't go quite so smoothly though. After the first Iron Man, rumor has it that Jon Favreau found Terrence Howard to be a particularly difficult person to deal with, and wanted to cut down his role in the sequel significantly. Because of this, Marvel went back to his agents with a much lower offer than what he was paid for the first time around, resulting in the actor leaving the project. This ended up being a much smaller problem than they might have first thought though, since his character, Rhodey, was quickly recast with Don Cheadle without audiences caring. Years later, reports surfaced that Marvel CEO Ike Perlmutter had claimed the change was negligible because, quote, all black people look the same. The last major addition to Iron Man 2's cast was Scarlett Johansson as Natasha Romanoff, aka the Black Widow, adding another superhero to the ever-growing roster. That just left the movie's plot, which proved to be an even bigger issue than the cast. Due to the rapid turnaround time between when the film was greenlit and when it was planned to be released, the script had to be written as filming commenced. As if that weren't bad enough, Downey's penchant for ad-libbing forced writer Justin Theroux to make frequent major changes to the story on the fly. Reportedly, the stress of this environment caused the scribe to be bedridden from back pain. Favreau and Theroux's vision for the sequel was to adapt the famous Demon-in-a-Bottle storyline from the Iron Man comics, in which Tony Stark confronts his dependency on alcohol and vows to become sober. This caused some pushback from multiple sources. One, Marvel and Paramount were hesitant to tell such a serious story with their new multi-million-dollar cash cow. And 2, Robert Downey Jr.'s wife, Susan Downey, who also acted as a producer on the film, was concerned that the subject matter could be a detriment to her husband's continued addiction recovery. In the end, Tony's alcoholism was never directly addressed in Iron Man 2, and was instead relegated to a single scene in which he gets overly intoxicated at a party. This brings us to a segment of the video that my comic book loving co-writer Jack forced me to include in at gunpoint. While millions of people across the globe watch Marvel movies, only a small fraction of them actually go out of their way to read the source material they're based on. So I will be intermittently providing comic recommendations for certain MCU films that can easily be hunted down. In this instance, the aforementioned Demon in a Bottle, if you're curious to see how a deeper dive into Tony Stark's alcoholism could look. Anyway, the actual story of Iron Man 2 follows Tony Stark as he navigates his new life as a public-facing superhero, while struggling to face his own mortality as he is slowly poisoned by the arc reactor in his chest, that is paradoxically the only thing keeping him alive. The film also gives Rhodey a suit of armor, turning him into the superhero War Machine, and puts a much greater emphasis on Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D., signaling that they're going to play a significant part in this universe moving forward. I can't think of a better place to mention this, but Iron Man 2 also contains a brief cameo from Elon Musk, who people at the time were starting to refer to as the quote, real-life Tony Stark. I'm sure he's still just as beloved today. When Iron Man 2 released in theaters, it grossed nearly $624 million on an estimated budget of $200 million, proving that this franchise wasn't just a fluke. It was well liked by critics and audiences, although not nearly to the extent of the original. While the rush production hurt it a little bit, most agree that Iron Man 2 is still a good time. One person who did not enjoy it though was Apple founder Steve Jobs, the at the time largest shareholder of Disney, who personally called Bob Iger after the film's release and told him, quote, "It sucked." This film's post-credit scene shows S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Phil Coulson arriving in New Mexico, where a mysterious hammer has made a crater in the middle of the desert, leading us directly into the next movie.
I know, it's great, right?
Another!
Thor was another potential risk for Marvel Studios, as it veered the furthest from the traditional mold of previous superhero movies. While Iron Man and the Incredible Hulk had both been anchored in relatively grounded science fiction concepts, this project would take things further than ever before, telling a story of monsters, gods, and magic. Surprisingly though, considering what a challenge adapting Thor to the big screen was on paper, this production had very little in terms of behind-the-scenes drama. Director Kenneth Branagh decided to take something of a middle-of-the-road approach to this adaptation. While he leaned heavily into the majestic imagery of Norse mythology, he kept some of the more mystical elements vague. All of the magic was given a scientific explanation which Branagh consulted with real experts on. The gods themselves were also theorized by some characters in the film to potentially just be aliens with godlike abilities. The actual plot of the movie follows Thor, played by Chris Hemsworth, the god of thunder and prince of the mystical realm known as Asgard. When his father Odin declares his son to be too vain to wield the power he's been given, he strips him of his abilities and banishes him to Midgard, or as we call it, Earth. There, Thor meets up with a group of scientists, including a woman named Jane Foster, who he sparks a romance with. He must also learn how to once again become worthy of wielding his hammer, Mjolnir, which cannot be lifted by those who are unworthy. Meanwhile, his nefarious brother Loki, played by Tom Hiddleston, plots to take over the throne of Asgard in Thor's absence. Incidentally, the film also includes a brief appearance by Jeremy Renner as Clint Barton, aka Hawkeye, introducing another superhero to this universe who will play a more significant role later on. Thor did fairly well at the box office, making just short of $450 million on a budget of roughly $150 million. It also did fine critically, although if you ask most people today, they would probably tell you that it is one of Marvel's most boring films. But I want to tell you that those people are wrong. The first Thor movie is a good time, offering a sweeping epic fantasy setting that pays homage to the original comics and the Norse mythology that they're based on, all while grounding it in a tale of redemption, responsibility, and humanity. The post-credit scene shows one of Thor's scientist friends, Erik Selvig, being hired by S.H.I.E.L.D. to study a mysterious glowing blue cube known as the Tesseract. Unbeknownst to the spy agency, though, Selvig's mind is secretly being controlled by Loki, setting up the stakes for the MCU's upcoming major event.
You have no idea how to talk to a woman, do you?
I think this is the longest conversation I've had with one.
By the time Captain America: The First Avenger came out, it was already common knowledge that Marvel was building towards a big team-up movie, so the title was chosen in order to build up further hype. This was the last hurdle that needed to be overcome before Kevin Feige and his team could finally show the world what they could really accomplish. And of all the superheroes who had headlined MCU movies up until that point, Captain America was quite possibly the hardest to sell to a general audience. The character had already been featured in a couple of made-for-TV and direct-to-video movies in previous decades, and was widely viewed as corny and outdated. It also didn't help that 2011 wasn't too far removed from the presidency of George W. Bush, and thus there was a concern early on that international audiences might not be interested in going to see a movie with America in the title after the war in Iraq. In fact, when the film was first announced, Bush was still in office. Feige did an interview during this period in order to address these worries, but by the time Captain America's release date rolled around, Marvel Studios had built up a strong enough track record that it was barely worth mentioning. It was decided that the film would be set during World War II in order to reflect Captain America's comic book origins, and Joe Johnston was hired to direct. He had previous experience making a 1940s set superhero film for Disney with The Rocketeer, and thereby seemed like the perfect candidate. While a man named David Self was originally announced to be crafting the script, the only credited writers on the film were Christopher Marcus and Steve McFeely, who would go on to become two of the MCU's most influential storytellers in the years that followed. When it came to casting, Johnston had his eyes set on a young actor named Chris Evans for the lead. Evans already had experience working on Marvel movies, having played the Human Torch in the Fox-produced Fantastic Four movies in the 2000s. Because of this, he was initially hesitant to take on yet another superhero role so soon, but Marvel was eventually able to coax him on board. As he put it, "At the time, I remember telling a buddy of mine, if the movie bombs, I'm f***ed. If the movie hits, I'm f***ed. I was just scared. I realized my whole decision-making process was fear-based, and you never want to make a decision out of fear." Other important additions to the cast was Sebastian Stan as James Bucky Barnes, Haley Atwell as Cap's love interest Peggy Carter, and Hugo Weaving as the villainous Red Skull. Weaving had initially been told he would be returning to play the main antagonist of the Avengers, but these plans fell through. Rumors suggested that this was because he despised playing the role, but in an interview years later, the actor stated it was simply the result of a pay dispute. Captain America: The First Avenger tells the story of Steve Rogers, a scrawny young man who wants to enlist in the Second World War but is rejected due to his frail nature. His heroic spirit soon captures the attention of a doctor who recruits Rogers to try out his experimental super soldier serum, making him incredibly strong. Using these new powers alongside a shield gifted to him by Howard Stark, Steve Rogers becomes the hero of World War II, Captain America. This brings him into conflict with the Red Skull, leader of the Third Reich offshoot known as Hydra, who wants to use the Tesseract to take over the world. In the end, Cap sacrifices himself to save humanity, crashing a jet into the ice of the Antarctic and waking up decades later in 2011. The movie did decent enough at the box office, bringing in $370 million on a $150 million budget. It's another MCU entry that most people will tell you is on the lesser end of the spectrum, and those people are still wrong because it's also great. Don't let the internet lie to you about the quality of early MCU movies just because they appear a bit more quaint than what would follow. Instead of having a traditional post-credit scene, Captain America instead concludes with a clip from the Avengers, as the time that fans had been eagerly anticipating was finally here.
Power at 400% capacity.
How about that?
As was made obvious from the post-credit scene of Iron Man, it had been the goal of Kevin Feige and Marvel Studios to eventually build to the movie that teamed up all the heroes they had introduced. Even though comic fans were excited by the prospect, many doubted that it could actually be done. Sure, it wouldn't be the first crossover between film franchises, but nothing on this scale had ever been attempted before. As they continued releasing more and more movies with strong critical and box office reception though, suddenly the idea of seeing the Avengers assembled on the big screen didn't seem like such a stretch. Joss Whedon, best known at the time for his work on TV with shows like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Firefly, was hired to direct in 2010. When he first came on board, he was given a script penned by writer Zach Penn. Whedon did not like the story though, and basically rewrote every word himself. In fact, the final product ended up being so different from the original draft that Whedon fought to remove Penn's name from the movie's credits entirely, but was struck down due to union rules. Whedon worked with the directors and writers of all the previous MCU movies in order to make sure he was accurately capturing the tones and characters of each one. It wasn't hard to get all the actors back. Well, all except one, that is. After the drama surrounding the Incredible Hulk, Edward Norton had decided to step away from Marvel entirely. As such, Mark Ruffalo was hired to replace him as Bruce Banner. This was another example of early growing pains for the MCU, and would be the last significant recast, at least for a while. The Avengers follows Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, the Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye as they are brought together by Nick Fury in order to stop Loki from taking over the world, using a magical scepter that allows him to control the minds of anyone it touches, an army of aliens, and the Tesseract. After the climactic action scene, which later MCU films would refer to as the Battle of New York, Loki's army is defeated when Iron Man flies a nuclear missile through the portal that they had been coming out of. Thor takes his villainous brother and the Tesseract back to Asgard for safekeeping, and Earth's mightiest heroes agree to assemble once again should the world ever need their combined power. The Avengers also set a new precedent in which MCU movies would have two credit scenes, one in the middle and one at the very end. The former would usually set up a future event, while the latter would normally just be a quick joke. In this case, the joke scene showed the Avengers eating shawarma together in a partially destroyed restaurant after the Battle of New York, paying off a remark by Tony from earlier. The mid-credit scene, though, was much more interesting, introducing the character Thanos as the true mastermind behind Loki's attack. At the time this scene was written, there was no greater plan for how the Mad Titan would be integrated into future movies. Kevin Feige had simply wanted to reveal a big exciting villain, and Joss Whedon was a fan of Thanos from the comics. In hindsight, knowing how many times the MCU would set up plot points with no idea how they would pay off in the future, it's kind of miraculous that this one ended up standing the test of time. Leading up to the release of the Avengers, Disney was eager to start collecting that sweet box office revenue for Marvel movies. They struck a deal with Paramount, buying them out for $115 million for the distribution rights of the final two movies they were contracted to release. This finally put Marvel Studios fully under the control of Disney, and they were quick to take advantage of that fact. The Avengers became the focal point of 2011's D23 Expo, signaling that they were fully committed to making Marvel a new staple of their brand identity. And upon its theatrical debut in May of 2012, it was clear that Disney had made the right call. The Avengers raked in over $1.5 billion, making it not just the highest-grossing MCU film, but the third highest-grossing movie in general at the time. Critics and audiences alike adored the spectacle and the way the plot perfectly balanced its ensemble cast. They also praised the quippy and sharp dialogue Whedon had written, which, at the time anyway, was viewed as refreshing when compared to what was normally seen in blockbusters. It's easy in hindsight to discredit the success of the Avengers as obvious, but it really is amazing how the Marvel Cinematic Universe project was handled up to this point. Each individual character was given a chance to show audiences what made them unique before they were brought together. None of the core Avengers members ever interacted before the big team-up, making each moment where they met feel all the more impactful. If this movie had been rushed out after the success of Iron Man, it would not have had anywhere close to the cultural relevance that it did. It certainly also helped that the comic book source material they were working with had this sort of crossover baked into its very DNA for decades at that point. And the people working on each film clearly had an understanding of what made these characters special and were able to translate that onto the screen. Despite the arguably greater heights the MCU would eventually go on to achieve, there's something undeniably special about this first phase. A couple months after the release of the Avengers in July, Kevin Feige got up on stage in Hall H of San Diego Comic-Con, the most prestigious presentation room at the most prestigious pop culture convention, to announce that Marvel would be moving into Phase 2. This would begin with the previously announced Iron Man 3 the following year. He then unveiled the rest of their upcoming slate of movies: Thor: The Dark World, Captain America: The Winter Soldier, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Ant-Man. You may recall that the last film had already been announced as part of Phase 1 all the way back in 2006, but creative differences had caused a lot of delays. Edgar Wright was still attached to direct though, and Feige claimed that Ant-Man was as close as it's ever been to being finished. The Nick Fury movie that had been announced alongside the initial lineup had evidently been cancelled though. In regards to those other movies, Feige announced that the next Captain America entry would be directed by an up-and-coming pair of brothers by the names of Anthony and Joe Russo.
We have a pair of directors on this one named the Russo brothers, who you may not know now, but next year when they're sitting here with the footage, you will know them, and you will become as big a fan as I am.
As for Guardians of the Galaxy, there was no writer or director confirmed for the project at the time. Feige was able to provide some information though, revealing that it would be based on the 2008 iteration of the team. This made it, at the time, the most recent comic Marvel had ever adapted to the big screen. Now that fans knew what to look forward to, Phase 2 would commence.
3, come on! 2! How did we get this shift?
With Tony Stark being the breakout star of the MCU, it only made sense that he should be the focus of the next big film after the Avengers. But the hectic production of Iron Man 2 had left Jon Favreau completely burnt out and unwilling to do another sequel, meaning that Marvel would have to find a new director fast. Robert Downey Jr. brought on his friend Shane Black, who had previously worked with him on the film Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Black was an unconventional choice. He was best known as a screenwriter with hits like Lethal Weapon, and while his directorial works were critically beloved, they weren't exactly huge box office draws. Still, Marvel trusted Downey's instincts and hired Black to both write and direct the third Iron Man. The film that he turned in dealt with the aftermath of the Avengers, as Tony Stark's most paranoid impulses are brought to the surface now that he knows the threats to Earth are much greater than he ever could have imagined. We learn that he's been frantically building armor for every possible contingency, losing sleep due to his constant nightmares about what he saw when he went through Loki's portal. All the while, he must deal with the Mandarin, leader of the terrorist group who kidnapped him in the first movie, who has begun targeting Tony and his loved ones. A key point to grasp is that the Mandarin is Iron Man's arch-nemesis in the comics, and fans had been eagerly anticipating his big-screen appearance for years. This hype only grew when trailers were released showing actor Ben Kingsley in the role, and he seemed to be depicting the character perfectly. So perhaps you can understand their disappointment when Iron Man 3 released and it was revealed that Sir Kingsley's character was not actually the Mandarin, and was instead an actor hired by a man who claimed to be the real Mandarin, Aldrich Killian, played by Guy Pearce. While this was far from the first significant change to the source material that an MCU movie had made, it enraged comic book readers to a degree Marvel Studios had never experienced before. They called it a complete betrayal of Iron Man's greatest villain, and you can still find people butthurt to this very day. In 2016, Shane Black stated in an interview, "2 days ago I got a meme showing me being ass-raped by the Mandarin. If this sounds like the pedantic complaints of a bunch of nerds, think of it this way. Imagine if the big twist of The Dark Knight was that Heath Ledger's character wasn't actually the Joker, and it was revealed that the real Joker was one of Wayne Enterprises' employees who figured out Batman's secret identity." The backlash was so severe that Marvel released a digital short the next year titled All Hail the King, in which it was revealed that there actually was a real Mandarin out there in the MCU. This wouldn't be followed up on for a long time, but it was enough to appease die-hard fans somewhat. This anger felt by comic book fans was not enough to slow down Iron Man 3 at the box office, as it grossed over $1.2 billion on a budget of just around $200 million. This made it the 5th highest grossing film of all time at that point, albeit a lot of that is probably due to it being propelled by the still lingering Avengers hype. As for critics, while it was reviewed favorably at the time, today it's seen as the black sheep of the Iron Man trilogy. While this is partially due to the Mandarin twist, there are many aspects that don't feel like they connect with the rest of the MCU. There is a prominent subplot in which Stark meets a young inventor named Harley, who is barely seen or heard from again afterward. The ending also sees Tony getting rid of all of his suits of armor and choosing to let go of his paranoia, something that is completely ignored in future movies. In addition, the post-credits scene is nothing more than a joke, showing Stark recounting the events of the film to Bruce Banner, who has fallen asleep. Personally though, I find this to be a great film and probably the strongest of the Iron Man franchise. There are a lot of great action set pieces that have Tony separated from his armor, forcing him to use his brain and think up other solutions on the fly. It also delves deeper into his character than ever before, dealing with his emotions in a nuanced and mature way, something that's lacking in much of the MCU. Regardless of how people may have felt about the final part of the Iron Man trilogy, its monumental box office numbers meant that the MCU still had a massive global audience, eager to see what they produced next. In September of 2013, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. premiered on ABC, becoming the first Marvel Studio production that wasn't a motion picture, unless you count the digital shorts. In order to keep things relatively on track, we'll mostly be discussing the movies in this video, but the addition of a TV show to the MCU's output marked their first steps into becoming a major multimedia IP.
Brother, you look ravishing.
Similarly to Iron Man 3, Marvel Studios was unable to get the director of the first Thor movie back when it came time for a sequel. After a brief search, occasional Game of Thrones director Alan Taylor was brought on board instead. Thor: The Dark World sees a dark elf named Malekith the Accursed, played by the world-renowned Doctor Who megastar Christopher Eccleston, invading Asgard in search of a powerful magic item named the Ether. As Thor fights to stop him, he meets back up with Jane Foster and the rest of his human scientist friends, reluctantly teams up with Loki, and copes with the death of his mother who dies in the conflict. I won't waste much time on the film because Thor: The Dark World is largely viewed as one of the most mediocre products Marvel Studios has ever produced. And unlike the first movie, I have no defense of this one. A lot of the problems stem from the villain. The guy does not have a strong presence, and his plans are too vague to be threatening. He wants to use the ether to make the universe dark, whatever that means. Even Christopher Eccleston himself has spoken out against this movie. The Dark World happened during a time in which he was trying to break into the world of Hollywood blockbusters, having also starred in the film G.I. Joe: The Rise of Cobra a few years earlier. Speaking on this period of his career in a later interview, he said, "Working on something like G.I. Joe was horrendous. I just wanted to cut my throat every day. And Thor, just a gun in your mouth. I really paid for being a whore those times." Even so, the film still earned over $644 million on an estimated $170 million budget, and continued the streak of fresh ratings on Rotten Tomatoes. Marvel had built up more than enough goodwill at this point where many audiences were happy to go see the new movies even if they weren't anything exceptional. There are a few other things about The Dark World worth mentioning. One, it features a cameo from Chris Evans as Captain America when Loki briefly transforms into him. It's an inconsequential moment, but it highlighted Marvel's interest in leaning into the crossover element of their universe moving forward. And two, the post-credit scene shows the characters Volstagg and Sif taking the ether to a man known as the Collector for safekeeping. Here it is revealed that both the Ether and the Tesseract are Infinity Stones, the first time the relics are ever name-dropped in the MCU.
I'll put it on the list.
As previously mentioned, Joe and Anthony Russo were given the reins to the Captain America franchise after Joe Johnston, since Marvel wanted the new movies that were set in the modern day to have a different visual style than the one set in the 1940s. The Russos had previously been best known for their work directing sitcom episodes, and Kevin Feige had personally sought them out due to his immense love for the show Community, which they had directed the pilot of. They were paired up with the previous film's scriptwriters Christopher Marcus and Steve McFeely, creating a quartet that would go on to become one of the MCU's greatest creative forces. The team's goal was to tell a story that contrasted the World War II era patriotism that Steve Rogers was used to with the moral grayness of the modern world. To that end, they decided to adapt the Winter Soldier comic book arc, which coincidentally I also recommend reading if you enjoy the movie. While previous MCU films had adapted characters and vague story concepts from across decades of comics, this was the first to really zero in on one singular storyline and translate it as closely as possible. It even lifted specific images and lines of dialogue from the original work. The closest previous comparison is Iron Man 2 with Demon in the Bottle, but we've already discussed how that was meddled with by the studio. The film begins with Captain America and Black Widow performing missions for Nick Fury until they stumble upon a massive conspiracy, sending the two Avengers on the run from authorities as they search for answers. Along the way, they team up with Sam Wilson, played by Anthony Mackie, a former pararescueman who was given a set of experimental wings that allow him to fly, turning him into a superhero known as the Falcon. The group eventually discovers that S.H.I.E.L.D. has secretly been infiltrated by Hydra, who are using the spy agency's resources in an attempt to take over the world. Hydra is also using an assassin with a metal arm named the Winter Soldier, who Steve discovers is actually his old friend Bucky Barnes, whose memory of his former life had been erased. In the end, Hydra is destroyed along with the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Winter Soldier disappears, leaving it ambiguous as to whether he will return as friend or foe. The first couple movies of Phase 2 may have received mixed responses, but Winter Soldier is universally viewed as one of the greatest films in the Marvel Studios lineup. People have praised its dark tone, high-octane action, and exploration of America's tendency to spy on its own citizens, which was seen as incredibly relevant in the midst of the Edward Snowden scandal at the time. It also did very well financially, raking in over $714 million, which made it the third highest-grossing MCU project behind only the Avengers and Iron Man 3. The post-credit scene shows a secret Hydra base that is in possession of Loki's staff from the Avengers, as it's being used to experiment on a pair of siblings who will become important later on. The scene at the very end also reveals the disguised Bucky looking at the Captain America exhibit in a museum, indicating that he's beginning to remember who he used to be.
I am Groot!
By 2014, the MCU had proven itself able to take relatively obscure characters and turn them into multi-billion-dollar franchises. Its strength came not from the individual properties it was using, but from the brand identity of Marvel as a whole. People didn't flock to the theater when Iron Man 3 came out solely because they loved the Iron Man films, but also because they wanted to see what would happen next in this universe after the Avengers. Even so, there were still some projects that were seen as risky ventures, and such was the case with Guardians of the Galaxy. The Guardians had existed in the comics since the late 60s, but in 2008 they were completely reinvented with a new team lineup and status quo by comic creators Dan Abnett and Andy Lanning. This was the version that screenwriter Nicole Perlman took inspiration from, and is also what I recommend reading if you're interested in these characters' comic book history. From the beginning, there was a lot of debate behind the scenes at Marvel regarding how far they should go with adapting the more far-fetched concepts of the source material. In this case, one of the biggest sticking points was the character of Rocket Raccoon, who some studio executives feared would come across as too cartoonish. Perlman was adamant about his inclusion though, and a vote of confidence from Kevin Feige ultimately led the gun-toting critter being kept in the final draft of her script, which was a great decision considering he would go on to sell a lot of toys. The next challenge was finding the right director to bring the material to life. Since this was going to be so different from anything Marvel Studios had produced thus far, they would need to look outside the box. A young talent by the name of James Gunn was an early frontrunner for the position. Much like the Guardians themselves, Gunn's work up to that point was strange, niche, and off-putting to general audiences. His most mainstream gig had been writing the live-action Scooby-Doo films. But he was a massive comic book fanboy, and the fact that he was being championed by Joss Whedon meant that he was the easy choice to take the job. When he came on board, Gunn rewrote a lot of the script to incorporate his own style of humor, although the high-concept creativity remained intact. Casting the movie also proved to be surprisingly difficult. As previously mentioned, even though Marvel had a proven track record of success, several actors turned down major parts because they assumed Guardians of the Galaxy would be their first box office bomb. For the lead role of Peter Quill, aka Star-Lord, James Gunn wanted Chris Pratt. Once again, this was viewed as a risky proposition. At the time, Pratt was best known for his role as the chubby, goofy, and dim-witted Andy Dwyer of the sitcom Parks and Recreation, and thus it was believed audiences wouldn't take him seriously as the star of an action movie. The actor himself was also hesitant, since he had been burned multiple times before when auditioning for Hollywood blockbusters. But Gunn's wishes eventually won out, and Pratt joined the ever-growing cast of Zoe Saldana, Dave Bautista, Bradley Cooper, and Vin Diesel, who would play a tree that only spoke 3 words.
I am Groot.
Guardians of the Galaxy tells the story of Peter Quill, a man from Earth who had been taken into space by an alien criminal named Yondu and his gang called the Ravagers as a child, shortly after the death of his mother. Years later, while attempting to steal an artifact known as the Orb, he finds himself in over his head when the item is also targeted by the Kree zealot Ronan the Accuser and his accomplice Nebula. Along the way, he teams up with a group of fellow outlaws, Nebula's sister Gamora, Drax the Destroyer, Rocket Raccoon, and Groot, who form an unlikely family and save the galaxy together. Despite what on paper seemed like a goofy concept, Guardians of the Galaxy outperformed Winter Soldier by grossing $773 million, making it a smash hit even though it had gone over budget at $232 million. It single-handedly changed the public's perception of what Marvel movies could be. While they had previously been action films with some jokes sprinkled on top, this was a flat-out space comedy with unique, colorful spectacle. But this bombast was grounded by seeing these broken individuals come together and start to heal their emotional scars. The film also included a variety of retro-licensed music tracks, something that went on to influence countless other Hollywood projects in the following years. James Gunn's unique blend of heart and comedy leapt through the screen in a way no one had seen before in any previous Marvel Studios film, and the Guardians went from being D-list characters to a new marketing juggernaut for Disney practically overnight. This was the genius thing about Disney not having access to Marvel's biggest franchises for movies like Spider-Man and Fantastic Four. They were forced to take D-list IP they had in the back of the closet, make a solid film with it, and then as a result turn them into A-tier comic book characters, which would sell even more merch and tickets. This value add allowed them to get a return on their $4 billion investment in only a few years, and made Bob Iger one of the most respected CEOs in the world. Guardian's success was also bolstered by the fact that it was completely disconnected from any of the stories that came before it, so it could be enjoyed without any knowledge of prior MCU continuity. That being said, there are a few new lore drops in Guardians of the Galaxy that are relevant to the overall story being told. For one, we get a deeper explanation on the Infinity Stones following their introduction in Thor: The Dark World. Essentially, they are 6 relics forged at the dawn of time that each represent a different universal element. For example, the reason Ronan wants the orb in this movie is because it contains the Power Stone. We also see more of Thanos, since he is revealed to be the one who sent Ronan to get the orb in the first place, so it seemed as though Kevin Feige now had a better idea of what direction he wanted to take the villain for future installments. The character Gamora is also established to be the adoptive daughter of Thanos, a plot point that will be essential to understanding future films. Around the same time period, in April of 2015, a new branch was added to the ever-expanding MCU empire when Daredevil premiered on Netflix. The rights to the character had reverted back to Disney from Fox in 2013 due to them not making a new movie in time to retain the character, and Kevin wasted no time greenlighting a project based on the IP. The original plan was to make an R-rated movie, but Disney was hesitant to release something adult-oriented into theaters alongside their more family-friendly offerings. Daredevil eventually turned into a TV show, and Netflix quickly agreed to stream it on their platform. Not only that, but a slew of other shows featuring Marvel characters were announced, including Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist. Much can be said about the Netflix Marvel shows, but again, I would rather stay focused on the movies since the Netflix projects stood on their own and didn't really tie into the greater MCU. The mature ratings certainly helped these programs stand out from the rest of the universe's offerings at the time though, bringing in a whole new audience who may not have had any interest in the family-friendly movies.
I had strings, but now I'm free.
After the earth-shattering cultural impact of the Avengers, it was only natural that Phase 2 would be leading up to a sequel. But there were just a few legal matters that had to be ironed out before Disney could move forward. You see, after the release of the first Iron Man movie, Robert Downey Jr. had renegotiated his contract with Marvel Studios to receive a larger percentage of the box office revenue for every film he appeared in, rather than getting paid a flat upfront amount. This meant that when the Avengers grossed over $1 billion, Downey walked away with a cool $50 million payday, although some sources claim it was closer to $70 or $80 million. This was a far cry from the couple $100,000 that most of his co-stars were given, and thus created some amount of resentment behind the scenes. Disney was very unhappy about this, especially since Downey's contract had been signed before they bought Marvel. This agreement had expired after Iron Man 3, and there was a long period of negotiations between the two parties. Rumors even suggested that recasting Tony Stark entirely was not out of the question. They were eventually able to strike a deal though, and Robert Downey Jr. was officially signed on to return as Iron Man in the next Avengers. But RDJ wasn't the only sticking point when it came to returning cast and crew. Joss Whedon had initially expressed a reluctance to come back and direct a sequel, but his love for the Marvel Universe eventually swayed him. His desire was to tell a story that dove deeper into the personal lives of some of the characters who hadn't gotten enough attention in the first movie, perhaps even tell a much smaller tale than the world-ending stakes of the original. Unfortunately for him though, Disney had other ideas. They wanted to greatly expand the universe, introducing new characters and adding even more teases for the Infinity Stones. This dynamic created a lot of push and pull between the director and the studio executives. Whedon fought to include elements like a flashback to Black Widow's origins as a child assassin, and the reveal that Hawkeye secretly had a family living on a farm, while Disney pressured him to add a scene in which Thor leaves the group to go swim in a magic pool and receive a vision about the Infinity Stones. The Avengers Age of Ultron begins with the team reuniting to take down the final Hydra base after the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is where they come into conflict with the superpowered twins who we saw in the post-credits of Winter Soldier, Wanda and Pietro Maximoff, aka the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, although they are never referred to by these names in the movie. The team manages to defeat Hydra and reclaim Loki's scepter, but not before Iron Man receives a vision of the deaths of the Avengers. This prompts him to create an AI called Ultron that could theoretically protect the world from any and all potential threats, but it soon goes rogue and threatens to destroy humanity. Along the way, the Avengers team up with the twins and an android known as the Vision, who's created by Tony's AI butler Jarvis and the Mind Stone, which was secretly hidden in the scepter. The film ends with Quicksilver sacrificing his life to help stop Ultron. Thor and the Hulk leave Earth separately to parts unknown, and WandaVision, War Machine, and the Falcon are all brought in as new members of the Avengers. If that sounded overstuffed to you, then you've seen the quintessential problem with Age of Ultron. We didn't even touch on the subplot regarding Hawkeye's family, Iron Man's battle with the Hulk, or the many dream sequences that were meant to expand on the character's origins. Early versions of the film even had Captain Marvel showing up at one point. The conflicting desires of Whedon and Marvel Studios resulted in both sides getting their way to the benefit of no one. Interestingly, the elements of the movie that people seem to remember most fondly are the smaller scale parts that Whedon pushed for. Ask anyone what their favorite scene in Age of Ultron is, and they'll probably mention the party near the beginning that just shows the Avengers hanging out and having a good time. It's crazy that I sighed every single time they went back to an action piece when I just wanted to see these characters chatting. It's also worth mentioning here just how exactly Disney got the rights to use the Maximoff twins in the MCU. Let me explain. Back when Marvel had sold off the film rights to some of their characters in the 90s, most of those packages had been pretty cut and dry. But in the case of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, since they had originally debuted as X-Men villains before quickly reforming and joining the Avengers, a case could be made that they were equally associated with both groups. So when Fox purchased the X-Men rights, these siblings went to them while simultaneously remaining with Marvel. This problem ended up working itself out though. While Fox heavily featured Quicksilver in their film franchise, they never used the Scarlet Witch character. And since Quicksilver was killed off at the end of Age of Ultron, neither studio was stepping on the other's toes. However, Disney was not allowed to refer to the twins as mutants, despite that being part of their comic book origins. If there were any fears that Age of Ultron's behind-the-scenes struggles might affect its box office performance, those were put to rest when it grossed over $1.4 billion, making it the 5th highest-grossing movie of all time at that point. It also gained the distinction of being one of the most expensive movies ever, reportedly costing Disney in the ballpark of $365 million. They were now paying a lot of A-listers to be in these things now, after all. While it was generally enjoyed by critics and audience members, most have agreed it is the most forgettable of the Avengers films. Even though most of the complaints were regarding things that the studio pushed to include, there were other problems that were nobody's fault but Whedon's. The first and most egregious thing was the dialogue. While Whedon's quippy writing style had been beloved in the first Avengers, this time around it was a lot more grating. The characters no longer felt distinct in how they talked, instead just spouting clever-sounding one-liners that could have come out of anybody's mouth. This style of writing, dubbed Whedon-speak by its detractors, had become very popular in the wake of the Avengers' success. Because of this overabundance, what had once been viewed as fun and refreshing was now just irritating. Another thing that certain audience members took issue with was the sexism they perceived from the film's plot. Specifically, they had a problem with a scene in which Black Widow calls herself a monster because she was rendered incapable of having children from her assassin training. This caused some backlash, although defenders simply waved it away as a poorly worded moment, not an indictment on her character. Even if some people were unconvinced, this would not be the last time Joss Whedon was accused of sexist behavior. In 2017, his ex-wife Kai Cole accused him of cheating on her with multiple women, calling him a hypocrite preaching feminist ideas. In the years that followed, others would step forward to allege that Whedon created toxic work environments on his sets. These included Buffy the Vampire Slayer actress Charisma Carpenter as well as Ray Fisher, who played Cyborg in the film Justice League, which is its own can of worms. Among the many horror stories, Carpenter alleged that when she became pregnant, Whedon had called her fat and asked if she was going to keep the child. For his part, Whedon denied all the allegations in an interview that most onlookers agreed only made him look worse. He flippantly insulted his accusers, notably calling Ray Fisher a bad actor in both senses. The absurdity that he used a quip in his defense was not lost on onlookers. This drama happened long after Age of Ultron's release, but that would end up being Whedon's final time working with Marvel Studios, and he has largely been blacklisted from Hollywood in general. Speaking of Age of Ultron, while Thanos was not featured in the movie itself, the post-credits scene shows him putting on the Infinity Gauntlet and saying,
Fine. I'll do it myself.
Many people have mocked this scene for how pointless and tacked on it feels, and we'll go on to see how future movies render it almost nonsensical. You might expect Avengers to have been the grand finale of Phase 2, but Marvel had to release one more film that had been in the oven for a very long time before moving on to the next batch.
I'll just do like whatever's hot and fresh.
David.
Back when the MCU was barely more than an idea, acclaimed director Edgar Wright had met with Kevin Feige about making a film based on the character Ant-Man. Wright was yet another scrappy young filmmaker who loved comic books, and was eager to hone his skills with a character he knew he could do justice to. This seemed like a perfect match, at least at the start. The cracks began forming very quickly though. When the MCU started picking up steam, the executives suddenly became a lot more concerned with making sure they had a say in every project they produced. At the same time though, Wright's career was also improving with the release of his critically beloved film Hot Fuzz, and he was gaining more confidence in his own abilities. This caused frequent disputes between the filmmaker and the studio anytime a new draft of the script was turned in. Even so, Feige was determined to make this partnership work. Anytime he was asked, he would assure fans that Ant-Man was coming along well despite the numerous delays. Wright also spoke frequently about how the film was progressing, making it sound as though there were hardly any problems at all. But the years went on with no signs of life from the production. This film that was originally supposed to be part of the lead-up to the MCU's first big crossover was now pushed back so far that 2 Avengers movies would come and go before it could even see the light of day. There were the occasional updates, such as in 2013 when Paul Rudd signed on for the lead role, but beyond that, details were murky. The inevitable came to pass in May of 2014 when Edgar Wright officially announced that he had chosen to leave Ant-Man due to creative differences. To look at the big picture of how long this process was, in the time it took him to write and rewrite a script for this one movie, Wright had fully completed and released 2 other feature films. Speaking about it more during an interview years later, the filmmaker claimed that he finally made the decision to step away when he discovered Marvel had made changes to his script without his knowledge. In his own words, "I wanted to make a Marvel movie, but I don't think they really wanted to make an Edgar Wright movie. Suddenly becoming a director for hire on it, you're sort of less emotionally invested and you start to wonder why you're there, really." When Wright walked away from Ant-Man, it was still set to be released a year later. Even though they still didn't have a finalized script, Marvel had no intention of delaying it any further. Only a month later, Peyton Reed was confirmed to be taking over directing duties, with Adam McKay and Paul Rudd himself hammering out a screenplay. Filming began soon after in August, as it seemed clear Disney just wanted to get this movie off their schedule and move on. Some fans of Edgar Wright were displeased that Marvel would squander his incredible talent and resented Peyton Reed for replacing him. Throughout the process, Reed and his collaborators stressed on numerous occasions that no matter what changes they made, they were still working with the foundation Wright had created. The marketing of the film also reflected the rushed nature of its production.
Ants! Ants! Ant-Man!
The version of Ant-Man that eventually made it to theaters followed Scott Lang, an ex-con who comes into possession of a costume that allows him to control ants and shrink to the size of an insect, when he robs the home of Dr. Hank Pym, played by Michael Douglas. Lang and Pym eventually met, and the scientist explains that he created the technology in the suit and had used it many years ago to fight crime as Ant-Man, but retired when his wife and partner Janet, aka the Wasp, went missing after she shrunk to subatomic size. Pym further explains that he needs Lang's help to rob his former company, which has now been taken over by a man named Darren Cross, in order to reclaim his research so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Lang is trained by Pym and his daughter Hope, played by Evangeline Lilly, and is able to become the new Ant-Man to stop Cross. He does this by banishing the villain to the Quantum Realm, a microscopic universe from which there is supposedly no escape. Considering what a mess this movie's production was, it's kind of a miracle that it turned out as decent as it did. Very few people listed among their favorite MCU films, but it's a surprisingly fun small-scale adventure, pun intended. If you enjoyed it, I recommend reading The Astonishing Ant-Man by Nick Spencer. It was being published around the same time the movie came out and has a very similar tone. Ant-Man may have been the lowest grossing movie of Phase 2, but still did admirably as it earned over $519 million on a budget of $130 million. The post-credits scene shows Hope being given her own Wasp costume, as well as a brief snippet from the next Captain America movie, indicating that Marvel was finally ready to move on to the next phase. Now that Marvel had $3 billion hits under their belt, other studios were eager to try to cash in on the cinematic universe trend. The only problem was they were very late to the party and needed to scramble in order to catch up. Over at Warner Bros., they decided that the sequel to their 2014 Superman film Man of Steel should include Batman, Wonder Woman, and all the other superheroes they would need to introduce in order to fast-track a Justice League team-up movie. Sony, meanwhile, filled The Amazing Spider-Man 2 with teases for potential sequels and spin-offs since they were planning on building up to a Sinister Six movie. They also created a new production company called Ghost Corps in order to oversee the cinematic universe they were building from the upcoming female-led reboot of Ghostbusters. And over at Universal, they wanted to build an interconnected franchise based on their classic monster characters, which they dubbed the Dark Universe. To that end, they announced a full cast and slate of upcoming projects before they had even released a single movie. You would think with how many studios were joining in on the cinematic universe gold rush that it was a surefire path to success. But that couldn't have been further from the truth. Every single one of these projects ended up failing miserably one way or another, with the Dark Universe being a particularly noteworthy example since it crashed and burned after just one release. Try as they might, nobody could capture Marvel's success. Part of that can probably just be chalked up to the fact that they got there first and took their time building up the crossover element slowly, but overall film quality also played an undeniable factor. Even though other studios were failing left and right around them, Marvel continued moving forward to great fanfare. During 2014's Comic-Con, Kevin Feige had gone up on stage once again to unveil the upcoming projects for Phase 3, using the now famous, or infamous depending on who you ask, timeline graphic. These movies included Captain America: Serpent Society, Doctor Strange, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, Thor Ragnarok, Black Panther, Captain Marvel, Inhumans, and a tease for the next Avengers movies, which would be titled Infinity War Parts 1 and 2. While that caused an uproar of excited cheers in the crowd, Feige decided to leave con-goers with one last surprise, as he revealed the true title of the third Captain America movie.
There must be a better title somewhere.
Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. then walked out together to further announce that the movie would introduce the character of Black Panther to the MCU, welcoming actor Chadwick Boseman on stage alongside them. This was quite possibly the most amount of hype Marvel Studios had ever garnered, and put them in a very good position for their next big release.
You have a metal arm? That is awesome, dude!
The idea to adapt Civil War came shortly after the Russo brothers finished up Captain America: Winter Soldier. It seemed like the obvious next step to take the story they had set up. If their previous movie had seen Captain America clashing with the ideals of the modern US government, then the follow-up should be about him clashing with the ideals of his fellow Avengers. When the idea was pitched to Kevin Feige, he was instantly on board, and Robert Downey Jr. wasn't hard to convince either. But the concept still came with some pushback. You see, there is an aspect of the MCU film production that hasn't been relevant up until this point. the Marvel Creative Committee. This was a group of creatives and executives, including Marvel Entertainment President Alan Fine and CEO Ike Perlmutter, who had to sign off on every creative decision made by the writers and directors. The committee, specifically Perlmutter, disagreed heavily with the Russos' plan of ending the movie with the Avengers being disbanded, as they feared it could damage the brand. This resulted in weeks of battles at Marvel Studios, with Feige taking the side of the filmmakers and butting heads severely with Perlmutter's camp. You might even call it a Marvel civil dispute of some sort. If you've seen the movie, you know that the Russo brothers' vision ultimately won out though. That being said, the behind-the-scenes drama was so great that it caused Marvel to completely rework how they handled the development of their films. The creative committee was disbanded, with all decisions now exclusively going through Kevin Feige and Alan Fine. But don't worry about Ike Perlmutter, he would have his revenge soon enough. As previously mentioned, Civil War was also being used as a means to introduce Black Panther to the MCU before his solo film. While that was part of the original announcement to build hype, behind the scenes there was another character that was set to be added as well. Following the lackluster performance of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, Sony realized they would have to pivot their ideas for their own cinematic universe. After evaluating their options, they signed a deal in 2015 that allowed Spider-Man to appear in films produced by Marvel Studios, finally bringing in one of the previously lost staple characters from the comics. This happened after filming had already begun on Civil War, but plans were quickly altered to allow him to make his debut in the movie as well. Tom Holland was cast in the role, and a solo Spider-Man movie was greenlit and slotted into the pre-existing Phase 3 lineup. The plot of Civil War directly follows the events of several previous movies, as the United Nations seek to regulate the Avengers under a new law due to their multiple destructive battles. While Steve Rogers believes that this would hinder their ability to help people when they need it, Tony Stark argues that they need to be kept in check. These tensions are worsened when Bucky Barnes resurfaces, seemingly causing a terrorist attack that kills the king of the African nation of Wakanda. The king's son, Prince T'Challa, aka the Black Panther, vows revenge on the Winter Soldier and anybody who stands in his way. But Cap believes his old friend is innocent, and his search for answers only drives the wedge between the Avengers further. Lines in the sand are drawn and both men go out to recruit new members for their respective teams. Steve gets Ant-Man and Tony seeks out a teenage boy named Peter Parker, who secretly fights crime under the name Spider-Man. The Avengers then duke it out in a large-scale battle. On Team Iron Man is War Machine, Black Widow, Vision, Black Panther, and Spider-Man. On Team Captain America is Falcon, Winter Soldier, Hawkeye, Wanda, and Ant-Man. Cap and Bucky are eventually able to escape when Black Widow defects to their side, and they discover that the true mastermind behind the terrorist attack was a man named Helmut Zemo, who wants to destroy the Avengers since he blames them for the death of his family. Iron Man also discovers the truth and decides back up with Cap in order to take down their shared enemy. But Zemo has one more truth to offer. Back when he was still under the control of Hydra, Bucky murdered Tony Stark's parents. This reignites the conflict even worse than before, and the ties between the two heroes are broken seemingly forever. Cap's team goes on the run, and the Avengers are left with a fraction of their former roster. The massive cast of Civil War has caused many fans to jokingly refer to it as Avengers 2.5. In many ways, it's doing what Age of Ultron was trying to do, but much more successfully. It expands on pre-existing characters while introducing new ones, all without feeling overly bogged down. This is partly because it's simply better paced, but it also focuses on one central conflict rather than the all-over-the-place nature of Ultron. Audiences also responded favorably to Civil War, making it the fourth MCU movie to break the billion-dollar threshold. The two post-credits scenes served to set up the solo movies for the new characters. The first showed Bucky laying low in Wakanda after making peace with Black Panther. The second had Peter Parker checking out the technology in the new costume given to him by Tony Stark. But before we could see those films, there were still a few more characters that needed to be introduced.
Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
Doctor Strange was another Marvel hero with a string of film projects since the 90s that failed to get off the ground. Kevin Feige had been wanting to add him to the MCU for a while, but it wasn't until Phase 3 that he felt comfortable adding the concept of sorcery into the universe.
She got cut by a fucking sorcerer.
One of the biggest challenges that director Scott Derrickson faced was casting. Sherlock star Benedict Cumberbatch was easily slotted into the lead role, but the supporting characters were much more tricky. Derrickson was hyper-aware of some of the more offensive elements of the old Doctor Strange comics, such as Wong, who was traditionally written as the magician's loyal Chinese manservant. He knew that he wouldn't go over well with a modern-day audience, and thus when actor Benedict Wong was cast in the role, the decision was made to turn him into a fellow sorcerer. Things became more complicated when searching for an actor to portray Strange's magical teacher, the Ancient One. In the comics, this character is a wise old Tibetan man with a long beard, but Derrickson feared this depiction could also be viewed as offensive and outdated. His first idea was to gender swap the Ancient One into an Asian woman, but concerns arose that making her too old would play into the Dragon Lady stereotype, while making her too young would also turn her into, quote, a fanboy's dream girl. In the end, British actress Tilda Swinton was chosen for the part, pleasing no one. Asian groups accused Marvel of whitewashing the character, and fanboys wanted a hot chick regardless of race. Years later, Kevin Feige admitted that they made the wrong decision, and he regretted not trying to find an Asian actor to play the role. It's funny that their attempt to not be racist got them accused of being racist. The film itself is about Doctor Strange, a world-renowned surgeon who is one day involved in a car accident that destroys his hands. Desperately searching for a cure, he travels to a compound in Nepal where people learn the ways of magic. There he befriends other sorcerers by the names of Wong and Mordo, and is put under the tutelage of the Ancient One. He also comes into the possession of the Eye of Agamotto, a magical artifact containing the Time Stone. Following the death of the Ancient One, Strange uses the Eye to save the world from a group of rogue sorcerers and their master, a godlike entity called Dormammu. The film ends with Mordo leaving the group after learning that much of what he believed was a lie, while Strange and Wong agree to protect the Time Stone together against any and all threats. Doctor Strange was another moderate win for Marvel Studios, making over $677 million on an estimated budget of $165 million, and upping the hero's popularity in the process, which I'm sure allowed them to sell a lot of toys. It was also generally well liked by critics and fans, although it rarely ranks at the top of anyone's all-time favorite MCU movies list. If you're interested about the character's source material, I recommend Doctor Strange: The Oath. It's a fairly short read and is one of the definitive modern stories for the master of the mystic arts. As for the two post-credit scenes, the first was a brief clip from the upcoming Thor Ragnarok, while the second showed Mordo stealing magic from the other sorcerers. This is the first MCU post-credit scene that will never be paid off in any meaningful way, but trust me, it won't be the last. After this movie, the production at Marvel Studios ramped up a notch. While they had previously been consistently releasing 2 films per year, in 2017 that number bumped up to 3.
What?
After the incredible success of the first Guardians movie, a sequel was inevitable. It was such a foregone conclusion, in fact, that there's barely anything worth talking about in terms of the production for Volume 2. James Gunn returned to write and direct, all the cast gladly came back, and fans around the world were excited to see where these characters would go next. The movie catches up with the Guardians right where we left them after the last film, as they are now respected heroes for hire throughout the galaxy. They are soon found by Ego, the Living Planet, who claims to be Peter Quill's father, and his servant Mantis. The team splits off into 2 groups as Quill, Gamora, and Drax go to Ego's world, and Rocket and Groot remain behind to keep an eye on Nebula, who they had recently taken prisoner. Peter soon discovers that Ego killed his mother and wishes to destroy the universe, causing him to turn against his father. Meanwhile, Rocket is attacked by Yondu and his men when they take up a bounty to kill the Guardians of the Galaxy. But the Ravagers turn against their leader, resulting in Rocket, Groot, and Yondu teaming up to take them down. The two groups unite in the end to kill Ego, with Yondu sacrificing his life in the process. Nebula goes off on her own while Mantis stays with the Guardians. As can be expected, this was another big hit, making $863 million on the box office with a budget of roughly $200 million. It was also beloved for all the reasons people liked the first one for: the creative imagery, the mixture of humor and heart, and the soundtrack filled with recognizable licensed music. One aspect people latched onto that I've neglected to mention thus far was Baby Groot, the offspring of the original version of the character who quote-unquote died at the end of the first film. This became a merchandising cash cow for Marvel, and most likely encouraged Disney to make baby versions of some other of their characters later on down the line. Yes, Guardians of the Galaxy had proven itself to be one of Marvel's most lucrative franchises, and James Gunn was the primary driving force behind that. As long as they had him, they could keep the money train rolling. But things changed a year later in July of 2018, when old tweets from Gunn were resurfaced by right-wing social media users who wanted to take down everybody in Hollywood who was against Donald Trump. And to be fair, what they discovered was extremely edgy. Among these tweets were quotes such as, "I like when little boys touch me in my silly place." Now, I'm not here to defend these comments. It is important to judge them from the context in which they were written. For one, the tone was clearly not serious, and he often formatted them to look like retweets, with the joke being that it looked like the quotes were written by the people he was tagging. Still, this was enough for Disney to completely cut ties with the director during the height of the Me Too cancel culture movement. This sent both the internet and Marvel Studios into a frenzy. People were outraged that Gunn would be fired over some old tasteless jokes, especially considering how much money his work had brought in. Among the outraged masses were the cast and crew of Guardians of the Galaxy, who penned an open letter to Disney admonishing them from bending the knee to a bad faith mob. The studio remained firm though, standing by their decision and trying to figure out a way to move forward with the Guardians franchise without the man who made it a hit in the first place. For his part, Gunn released an apology shortly after the tweets were brought to light. "I viewed myself as a provocateur, making movies and telling jokes that were outrageous and taboo. I am very, very different than I was a few years ago. I have apologized for humor of mine that hurt people. I truly felt sorry and meant every word of my apologies." I find it funny that he frames it as a mistake of his younger self when in actuality he made these comments in his 40s. While at the time Gunn viewed this as the potential end of his career, things worked out very differently. A few months after he was terminated by Marvel, he signed a deal with the desperate-to-catch-up DC to write and direct a sequel to The Suicide Squad. Since then, he has gone on to create multiple movies and shows for the distinguished competition, and was eventually named the new head of DC Studios. Not only that, but in 2019, Disney decided to walk back their decision and rehired Gunn to direct the third Guardians of the Galaxy movie, ironically meaning that getting fired may have been the best thing to ever happen to his career.
If you're nothing without this suit, then you shouldn't have it.
As soon as they got the rights to the character back, Marvel Studios wasted no time greenlighting a Spider-Man movie set in the MCU. According to their contract, Sony would front the budget for all movies starring the web slinger while Disney would handle the production. Sony would then collect the entirety of the box office revenue while Disney would receive all the profit from merchandising. I'm sure they sold a lot of toys. John Watts was hired to direct the Marvel Studios Spider-Man movie at the same time Tom Holland was cast in the role, and he sat in during the filming of Civil War in order to get a feel for how the character was being portrayed. The movie, later titled Homecoming, takes significant inspiration from the Ultimate Spider-Man run of the comics, which were billed as a modern-day reinterpretation of Marvel's classic hero. Watts very much wanted his version of Spider-Man to stand out from any other on-screen iteration of the wall crawler, so he drew from an interesting source. Even though the Spider-Man featured in Homecoming is Peter Parker, many aspects of his world and supporting cast are taken from the character Miles Morales. Most notably is his best friend Ned, who is an original creation yet clearly modeled after Miles' pal Genki Lee. Even the actor Donald Glover, who fans had campaigned for years to play Spider-Man in the movie, appears in Homecoming as Aaron Davis, uncle of Miles Morales. Despite all of these references, Miles has yet to be seen in the MCU. In recent interviews, Kevin Feige has confirmed that this absence was at the request of Sony, who turned him into an animated box office hit of their own. Spider-Man Homecoming follows Peter Parker as he struggles to figure out his place in the world. While he feels like he can handle more responsibility, his efforts are constantly hindered by Iron Man, who would rather keep him on the ground level. While investigating a group of suspicious characters, Spider-Man stumbles upon a ring of people selling weapons made from alien technology stolen from the Avengers' battles. After his attempts to stop them go horribly wrong, Tony Stark angrily takes back the high-tech costume he gave Peter. But Mr. Parker can't keep himself from doing what's right, going back out anyway to stop the criminals. While confronting the gang's leader, Adrian Toomes, aka Vulture, the villain explains that he is only doing what he's doing because he was once screwed over by Tony Stark, and he feels like people like him don't care about the little guy. Spider-Man is able to save the day in the end, and is offered a spot in the Avengers, which he refuses, choosing instead to remain a street-level hero. There's also a scene just before the credits in which a side character named Michelle, played by Zendaya, asks to be called MJ, indicating that she will be a loose adaptation of Spidey's usual love interest, Mary Jane Watson, going forward. Homecoming has proven to be a divisive movie amongst Spider-Man fans in the years since its release. While some adore the fresh take on the character, others hate how dependent it seems to be on Iron Man. His costume is made by Tony Stark, his first villain is motivated by a vendetta against Tony Stark, and he is constantly referring to him as Mr. Stark. Because of this, detractors took to calling Tom Holland's Spider-Man Iron Boy Jr. And not to jump too far ahead, but this is not a complaint that would go away anytime soon. For the time being though, Spider-Man Homecoming was a massive hit for both Marvel and Sony, grossing nearly $881 million on an estimated budget of $175 million. The post-credit scene shows the Vulture in prison meeting up with a criminal called Mac Gargan, who hints that he will be returning later on as his villainous identity from the comics, the Scorpion. For years, this seemed like another tease that had been completely forgotten and would never amount to anything. Recently though, the actor behind Mac Gargan has hinted that he will be reprising his role in the currently in production Spider-Man: A Brand New Day. So maybe fans who have been waiting nearly a decade for the payoff will finally get some closure. Before we continue to the next movie, there is one other Marvel TV project from this era that is worth going over. You may recall that when Kevin Feige unveiled the lineup for Phase 3, one of the titles featured was Inhumans. At the time, Marvel was pushing the Inhumans heavily across all of their various artistic mediums, and that was due to one person, Ike Perlmutter. He was irritated by the plethora of comics they were publishing on a monthly basis featuring characters like Fantastic Four and X-Men, feeling as though it was essentially marketing for films owned by a rival studio. Because of this, Perlmutter decided to sabotage all of the Fox-owned Marvel characters. The ongoing Fantastic Four comic was cancelled, and he decided to go one step further with the X-Men. Perlmutter ordered that the importance of mutants be heavily downplayed in the Marvel Universe, instead replacing them with a whole new generation of Inhumans, a concept which Disney owned the film rights to. As a brief explanation without getting too in the weeds, in Marvel lore, mutants refer to people born with a gene that gives them unique powers. And they are often portrayed as a marginalized group feared by society at large. Inhumans, on the other hand, are a race of people experimented on by aliens millennia ago who also all have unique superpowers, but they live in their own kingdom separate from the rest of humanity. By Perlmutter's decree, though, Inhumans were integrated into the general population of the comics, making them feared by society just like the mutants. Even though the exec's control of the movies was ripped away from him after the dissolution of the creative committee, he still had a large hand in the development of the Marvel television side of things. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. began incorporating the Inhumans heavily into its own lore, and they practically began taking over the whole show. If rumors are to be believed, this greatly annoyed Kevin Feige, who had been trying to make an Inhumans movie happen for a very long time. He and Perlmutter reportedly clashed frequently over the project. The Marvel Entertainment CEO ultimately won out, and Inhumans was removed from the Phase 3 lineup of movies in order to be turned into a show on ABC, becoming the first television program to be shot on IMAX. Regardless, when the series premiered in September of 2017, very few people watched, and those who did widely regarded as one of the worst things the MCU has ever produced. It petered out after just one season and proceeded to fade into obscurity. This may be a good time to briefly touch on Ike Perlmutter as a person. He is an enigmatic figure to say the least. He never gives interviews and is rarely even photographed. Until recently, there was only one image of him that people seem to be able to find. Reading Bob Iger's autobiography, he mentions the time when he went to Marvel's offices in an attempt to acquire them. As he puts it, Ike's office was barren, with not much more than just some chairs and a desk, and Ike seemed to just treat the comic book company as a job rather than caring about the allure of running the business that owns Spider-Man. What little we do know about him comes from rumors and third-party allegations, many of which we have already discussed in this video. As you can probably tell, he had a reputation for being stubborn, stingy, and at times racist. Back in 2012, Marvel had been sued by a group of black women who claimed to have been the victims of discrimination after a corporate restructuring orchestrated by Perlmutter. The suit also alleged that the CEO had been verbally abusive to his employees on multiple occasions. It was settled out of court for an undisclosed amount, and was the sort of headline Disney probably didn't want to see coming out of their recent acquisition. Perlmutter continued running Marvel Entertainment from the shadows, occasionally stepping in to cause some havoc to Kevin Feige's vision for the movies. It wasn't until 2023 that he was quietly laid off by Disney, ironically due to a corporate restructuring. Perlmutter seems to have pivoted just fine these days, and we even have some new photos of him due to his connections to the Trump administration.
Hey, Banner!
No Banner, only Hulk!
Going into Phase 3, if you had asked any casual moviegoer what their least favorite MCU franchise was, they would probably say Thor. As much as some diehard fans loved them, stories about the God of Thunder simply weren't capturing the imagination of the mass market. So when Marvel announced that the third installment would have the subtitle Ragnarok, they hyped it up as a big shakeup for the status quo of the series. There was just one problem. Marvel didn't actually know what they were going to do with the movie when they revealed it. Kevin Feige and his team met with a long list of directors who were each asked to pitch their idea for how to reinvent the Thor franchise. In the end, it was an indie filmmaker from New Zealand by the name of Taika Waititi who was chosen for the job due to his unique vision and his off-the-wall sense of humor. The only issue was Waititi had very little interest in Thor as a character and had barely touched the comic book source material in his life. As he put it, "I read one issue of Thor as my research. Not even a graphic novel, one of the thin ones. And by the end of it, I was like, well, you're not doing that. Let's not really look at those anymore. Cool art, I love the art, but I can't stand the way everyone talks." This is what Marvel was looking for, though. They had already done 2 movies with people who revered the Thor comics, and it hadn't worked out the way they had hoped, so maybe bringing in someone with no attachment to the property was just what they needed. It's pretty strange to look at where the MCU was now compared to where it started. In the beginning, it was a ragtag group of superhero fans who wanted to bring these characters to life, led by Kevin Feige, a man who had smuggled comic books onto film sets where they had been banned purely due to a sheer love of the art form. Now he was specifically seeking out filmmakers who openly mocked the source material they were working with. One of the reasons Marvel Studios probably gravitated towards Waititi's vision was because it took clear inspiration from what James Gunn had done with Guardians of the Galaxy, injecting a heavy dose of comedy, leaning into more cosmic elements, and using licensed music tracks. But there were other elements that were unique to Waititi, such as his desire to tear down everything set up by the 2 previous films. These included unceremoniously killing off supporting characters like the Warriors 3, having Thor and Jane Foster break up off-screen, among several other things that we'll get into. The story begins as Thor returns to Asgard and discovers that Loki had disguised himself as Odin in order to take the throne. When the deception is revealed, Thor takes his brother to find their father, only to reach him too late as he passes away before their eyes. Odin's death frees Hela, goddess of death, and Thor's secret sister from her imprisonment. She destroys Thor's hammer Mjolnir and sends him and Loki to the furthest edge of the universe to a planet called Sakaar. The god of thunder is kidnapped by a woman named Valkyrie, who turns out to be a fellow Asgardian, and is sold into slavery to fight in the arena of Sakaar's tyrant ruler, the Grandmaster. Thor's first opponent is the area's reigning champion, who ends up being none other than the Hulk, who accidentally landed in Sakaar after fleeing Earth at the end of Age of Ultron. Following their battle, Thor creates a team consisting of Hulk, Valkyrie, Loki, and another fighter named Korg to rebel against the Grandmaster, return to Asgard, and defeat Hela. But the God of Thunder soon realizes that his opponent is far too powerful for him to beat. The only way to stop her is to allow Asgard to be destroyed, ending the film with him and his people adrift in space looking for a new home. Unsurprisingly, a lot of these decisions upset hardcore Marvel fans. But they were clearly in the minority, as Ragnarok easily became the highest-grossing film of the Thor series, raking in over $855 million on a budget of $180 million. Those who loved it, which was the majority of audiences, believed it breathed a new life into the struggling Thor franchise, turning the character from one of the least loved Marvel heroes into one of their most popular overnight. If you are a fan of any of the Thor movies, and you, unlike Taika Waititi, are able to read, I recommend the writer and artist Walt Simonson's work on the character, since many of the visuals and broad plot beats from Ragnarok are taken from his run. Or if you are more drawn to the stuff with the Hulk in it, then I suggest reading the Planet Hulk storyline instead. The post-credit scene of Ragnarok shows the Asgardian refugee ship being approached by a significantly larger spacecraft, setting up the events of the rapidly approaching Infinity War.
And as you can see, I am not dead!
Black Panther was yet another Marvel property that had been tossed between production companies in the years before Marvel Studios even existed. In fact, for years, Blade star Wesley Snipes was tied closely to the project, with the expectation that he would direct and potentially even play the titular role. Those plans obviously never materialized, and it wasn't until the 2010s that a film based on the King of Wakanda was back on the table after his debut in Civil War. Ryan Coogler, who at the time was best known for the movie Creed, was hired to direct in 2016. Since this film was going to primarily be set in Africa, Coogler made it his priority to accurately represent the region as best he could. Production designer Hannah Beachler pulled inspiration from a myriad of African nations, making Wakanda feel like an amalgamation of the entire continent while also giving it a unique look. The cultural significance of Black Panther clearly wasn't lost on Marvel. This would be the first comic book movie to feature both a black director and a predominantly black cast. The film follows Prince T'Challa taking over as King of Wakanda following the death of his father. A key point to grasp is that the African nation sits on the top of the world's largest deposit of vibranium, an incredibly rare and valuable metal that has made Wakanda one of the most wealthy and technologically advanced countries on Earth. This is also a fact they hide from the rest of the world, so they are not constantly targeted by outsiders. T'Challa's reign as the new ruler is immediately complicated by the appearance of Killmonger, a man who claims to be the old king's nephew and another rightful heir to the throne. Killmonger was born in America as the son of the king's brother, and resents the fact that he was left to struggle in poverty while the rest of his family lived in luxury. He defeats T'Challa in ritual combat, becoming the new Black Panther and immediately beginning his plan to use Wakanda's resources to take over the world, and free oppressed people everywhere. T'Challa eventually returns, reclaiming his title and stopping his cousin before it's too late. The film ends with the king deciding to share Wakanda's advancements with the world rather than hoarding them out of fear. One aspect of Black Panther that is not discussed favorably is the CGI. This was around the time that people started to really notice the MCU's overuse of computer graphics to assemble things in post-production. For Phase 3, Marvel had begun employing a technique to expedite the production of their films in which they employed a third-party company to create rough pre-visualization sequences for their action scenes, sometimes before a director had even been hired. Over the course of the movie's production, many aspects are often changed, some close to the very last minute. This was the case for Black Panther, where the animators for the final fight scene were reportedly given just 6 weeks to finish. Another aspect of Marvel CGI introduced in the film was the concept of nanotech costumes. Essentially, this was a way to allow characters' uniforms to be quickly put on or removed depending on what the scene called for, without the actor actually having to perform the physical action. This part of the suit would be entirely animated, making last-minute behind-the-scenes changes even easier. In the case of Black Panther, this was really only done for his mask, but it still rubbed some viewers the wrong way since it made the costume feel less tangible compared to what he had worn in Civil War. Despite these technical problems, Black Panther was still a rousing success with critics and audiences. Not only did they love the African imagery on display, but they praised Coogler for using the opportunity to tell a relevant story about the marginalization of minorities. These strong responses translated into box office revenue, as Black Panther grossed nearly $1.35 billion globally. This made it the highest-earning non-Avengers MCU film, as well as the 9th highest-grossing movie ever at that point. If you like the movie, consider reading writer Christopher Priest's work on the comic, since that's where most of Black Panther's modern technology that was adapted into the movie was created. Black Panther's meteoric rise was fueled at least in part due to the cultural conversation around it. Audiences flocked to the theater in droves to see this milestone of progressive filmmaking. It was so huge, in fact, that it was the first, and to date only, Marvel movie to be nominated for Best Picture at the Academy Awards. But with this came the inevitable flip side of the coin. It started when some Twitter users began unironically questioning if it was morally okay to buy an opening weekend ticket if you were white. The logic being that you could potentially be robbing a black person of the seat. So I carefully did not buy Black Panther tickets for opening weekend because I did not want to be the white person sucking black joy out of the theater. What's the appropriate date to buy tickets? Is next weekend okay? Predictably, this caused a fair amount of mockery. In retaliation, some trolls decided it would be humorous to start posting about fake assaults from black people on white moviegoers at Black Panther screenings. This was met with more false claims that black audiences were being assaulted by racist white people at the theater. To be clear, there were absolutely zero confirmed reports of any violence during Black Panther showtimes, but it goes to show how crazy the cultural response to this film was at its peak. The fictional African nation of Wakanda awed viewers across the globe, many of whom left the theater believing it was a real location. A great deal of the film's characters and lines became instant staples of popular culture, not least of which being the famous Wakanda Forever salute. The gesture was almost immediately iconic, with the cast being asked to replicate it during interviews and press junkets constantly. Of course, with it becoming so widespread, it was bound to be misused. This brings us to September 18, 2020, the day of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg's death, when Twitter user Alexandra Lee Capps went to the site to tell the definitely real story of how her daughter reacted to the news. Just told my 10-year-old daughter about RBG. She had tears in her eyes when she did the Wakanda pose and said Ruth Kanda Forever, which is the sort of pop culture crossover that I can celebrate. This mid-wit tweet instantly went viral and was mocked by people across the political spectrum, with pretty much everyone denying that the interaction described had ever actually happened. Lee Capps soon deleted her post and Twitter accounts, but it didn't stop the internet at large from continuing to laugh at her expense. In fact, the term Ruth Kanda is still used today as shorthand for people telling obviously fake stories about their children for attention on the internet. Black Panther's post-credits scene showed Bucky Barnes living peacefully in Wakanda, creating a sort of calm before the storm feeling as Marvel moved into the next big release, Infinity War.
You should have gone for the head.
Ever since the big reveal of Thanos during the credits of the Avengers, audiences were aware that the Marvel Cinematic Universe was building up to some grand cosmic event. The hype only built with each subsequent movie as we were shown each of the 6 Infinity Stones, and what they were capable of individually, leaving the question of what would happen if someone managed to assemble them all. All that remained was to stick the landing. While Infinity War had originally been unveiled as a 2-part film, Marvel quickly pivoted and said that Avengers 4 would be its own entity, although they did not provide a new title at that time. Since Joss Whedon had long since ended his time with the MCU, a new director would have to take his place at the helm of the Avengers franchise. The answer, as it turned out, was right under their noses. The Russo brothers were brought on board in 2015, with Christopher Marcus and Stephen McFeely hired to pen the script. It made sense since this team had proven themselves capable of handling an Avengers-scale cast of characters in Civil War. In fact, Marvel had such faith in their abilities that the announcement was made before the third Captain America had ever even been released. Since Infinity War also featured the Guardians of the Galaxy, James Gunn was brought in specifically to work on their dialogue before he was fired. In the lead-up to the next Avengers, theories ran wild about who would appear, what the plot was going to be, and who would die. In an effort to keep people guessing, Marvel purposefully edited their trailers to make things appear different to what was in the actual film. In one instance, they even added the Hulk into a scene that he was not actually in. The only thing people knew for sure was that it would be pulling heavily from the Infinity Gauntlet storyline, which my co-writer Jack wants to stress is one of his favorite comics ever made. Also, be warned that these sections for the next 2 Avengers movies are very in-depth because the lore dumps from the past dozen films all tie together here. But I assure you it's important to understand why this franchise would eventually fall apart. The actual events of Infinity War begin with Thanos and his followers, known as the Black Order, attacking the Asgardian refugee ship from the end of Ragnarok. The Mad Titan is on a quest to collect the 6 Infinity Stones, having already obtained the Power Stone before the movie even started. This is where we finally learn his goal. He wishes to kill half of all life in the universe in one fell swoop, as he believes overpopulation is the ultimate threat to all life. He's come in search of Loki, who we learn is secretly in possession of the Tesseract. After taking the Space Stone from the cube, Thanos kills Loki, sending the Hulk hurtling back to Earth and blows up the Asgardian spacecraft. Hulk transforms back into Bruce Banner, crash lands in the home of Doctor Strange, and warns him about the approaching danger. The Sorcerer calls upon the help of Tony Stark and explains the situation, just as 2 followers of Thanos arrive in New York in search of the Time Stone. They kidnap Strange and travel back into space, with Iron Man and Spider-Man stowing away on their ship. Meanwhile, we learn that Vision had started up a romance with Wanda, who is on the run in Scotland following the events of Civil War. The couple are attacked by 2 more Black Order members who are after the Mind Stone in Vision's head, but are saved by Captain America, Falcon, and Black Widow. The group returns to America and reunites with War Machine before deciding to go to Wakanda for help. Back in space, the Guardians of the Galaxy stumble upon the wreckage of the Asgardian craft and discover a still-alive Thor. The God of Thunder takes Rocket and Groot to a mythical forge where he could get a weapon to kill Thanos. Meanwhile, the rest of the Guardians go to the Collector in an attempt to stop Thanos before he can get the Reality Stone from him. They're too late though, and Thanos takes his daughter Gamora with him back to his ship and forces her to tell him where the Soul Stone is, revealing that she learned its location back when she still served him and lied about it. He tortures her sister Nebula in order to get the information out of her, and she relents. Back on Earth, Cap and his team meet up with Bucky in Wakanda and work with T'Challa's genius sister Shuri to find a way to remove the Mind Stone from Vision's head without killing him. But she explains this will take a lot of time. In space, Iron Man and Spider-Man rescue Doctor Strange and crash land on Thanos' home planet of Titan, where they run into the remaining Guardians of the Galaxy members. And they all decide to team up to find a new strategy. While this is happening, Gamora takes Thanos to where the Soul Stone is, but he learns he will have to sacrifice that which he loves in order to get it. The Mad Titan throws his daughter off a cliff to her death, granting him the next Infinity Stone. Thanos next goes to Titan to get the Time Stone from Doctor Strange. The heroes wage an intense battle that they almost win. But when Star-Lord learns of Gamora's death, he allows his emotions to get the better of him and gives Thanos the chance to regain the upper hand. Doctor Strange, realizing he has no other option, willingly gives up the Time Stone. Meanwhile, Thanos' army is waging a full-scale assault on Wakanda. Just when all hope seems to be lost, Thor arrives with Rocket and Groot, carrying a new hammer called Stormbreaker, which he uses to tear through the hordes of monsters. But when Thanos arrives on the scene, the situation once again turns dire as seemingly nothing can stop him. In a last act of desperation, Wanda uses her powers to destroy the Mind Stone in Vision's head, killing her lover. Even this only slows Thanos down briefly, as he uses the Time Stone to turn back the clock and rip the last Infinity Stone from Vision's head. Now possessing ultimate power, Thanos does what he set out to do. With a snap of his fingers, he wipes out half of all life in the universe. Spider-Man, Star-Lord, Doctor Strange, Groot, Falcon, Black Panther, Bucky, and many, many others crumble to dust, as the remaining Avengers can only watch in horror. The film ends with the surviving heroes unable to even process what just happened, all as Thanos takes a sigh of relief to appreciate the work he's accomplished. It goes without saying that Infinity War was the biggest thing Marvel had ever done at the time. In its opening weekend alone, it brought in over $640 million, making it the biggest opening ever for any movie at that point. Of course, it also set the record for being among the most expensive films ever produced, costing in the ballpark of $300 to $400 million. But the cost was probably the last thing on Disney's mind, as they watched the cash continue to roll in. By the end of its theatrical run, Avengers Infinity War had earned over $2 billion, making it the highest-grossing movie ever. The film also was adored by fans who felt like it was the perfect payoff for years of waiting. Thanos was everything they had hoped he would be, with his strong writing carried by an equally intimidating performance by actor Josh Brolin. Some people liked him so much, in fact, that they sympathized with him more than the heroes. In the weeks following Infinity War's release, it became a meme to say Thanos did nothing wrong on sites like Reddit. This response is pretty noteworthy considering that, up until this point, the primary criticism levied against most Marvel movies was that their villains were often uninteresting. For an MCU antagonist to steal the show to this degree only further proved that Feige and his team were right to tease Thanos for as long as they did. There were of course some aspects of Infinity War that people took issue with. While the CGI was much better than it was in Black Panther, people still noticed just how much of the movie was done in post-production. Most scenes were shot on a soundstage in front of a green screen, and even the costumes of some characters were entirely computer-generated. Spider-Man and Iron Man's uniforms were now completely nanotech, meaning that the actors just walked around the set wearing motion capture suits that overworked graphic artists would have to animate over. Considering the earth-shattering box office returns and cliffhanger ending, audiences across the globe were obviously eager to see what would happen next. They were still going to have to wait a couple more movies for that though. The post-credits scene of Infinity War offered insights into one of those upcoming projects, as it showed Nick Fury sending out a distress signal to Captain Marvel moments before turning to dust himself. It might seem strange to follow up one of the biggest movies of all time with a sequel to Ant-Man, and that's because it was. Ant-Man and the Wasp was not even part of the original plan for Phase 3. While it hasn't been explicitly stated, it's likely that this movie was added in at the last minute to account for the gap in the schedule left by the cancellation of Inhumans. Ant-Man and the Wasp catches up with Scott Lang, now under house arrest after taking a plea deal following his involvement in Civil War. When he starts having strange dreams, he is abducted by Hank Pym and Hope Van Dyne, who believe Scott is somehow connected with Hank's wife Janet, who is still lost in the quantum realm. While Scott suits up as Ant-Man once again to team up with Hope, and now a fully fledged superhero in her own right known as the Wasp, they're targeted by a woman going by the codename Ghost, who has the ability to phase through solid matter. She wants to steal Pym's research in order to create a cure for her own condition, which is slowly killing her. In the end, the team is able to rescue Janet from the quantum realm and fix Ghost's condition. As a follow-up to Infinity War, this movie really wasn't what anyone was clamoring for. It's not bad, in fact, it's actually a pretty fun chase movie. But considering its placement in the wider MCU, it's not something that people remember all too fondly. Still, it did decently at the box office, grossing over $622 million. Phenomenal for an Ant-Man film. But at the same time, less than what Infinity made on its opening weekend. Disney was able to sneeze and make $1 billion in this era. The most noteworthy thing to mention is the post-credit scene, in which Ant-Man is trapped in the quantum realm during a routine trip when Hank, Hope, and Janet all turn to dust as a result of the snap. On November 12, 2018, legendary comic book writer Stan Lee passed away at the age of 95. Lee had been a pivotal figure for Marvel over the years, making cameo appearances in every MCU film up to this point. Because of this, he had become more famous than anyone else to ever work in the comic book industry, and thus was mourned by fans across the globe. Well, not everyone was mourning. Television personality Bill Maher posted to his blog to complain about the number of adults singing Lee's praises. The guy who created Spider-Man and the Hulk has died, and America is mourning. Deep, deep mourning for a man who inspired millions to, I don't know, watch a movie? I guess. Someone on Reddit posted, "I'm so incredibly grateful I lived in a world that included Stan Lee. Personally, I'm grateful I lived in a world that included oxygen and trees, but to each their own." Now, I have nothing against comic books. I read them now and then when I was a kid and I was all out of Hardy Boys. But the assumption everyone had back then, both the adults and the kids, was that comic books were for kids. And when you grew up, you moved on to big boy books without the pictures. But then 20 years or so ago, something happened. Adults decided they didn't have to give up kid stuff. And so they pretended comic books were actually sophisticated literature. I don't think it's a huge stretch to suggest that Donald Trump could only get elected in a country that thinks comic books are important. This unsurprisingly created a massive amount of backlash online as internet users criticized the TV host for taking potshots at Lee's legacy when he had only been dead for a few days. On top of this, Maher had previously made a cameo appearance in Iron Man 3 only a few years prior. The late-night talk show host who had made a career out of angering people was undeterred. A couple months later in January, he devoted a segment on his show, Real Time, to respond to the outrage he had received.
You can, if you want, like the exact same things you liked when you were 10. But if you do, you need to grow up. That was the point of my blog. I'm not glad Stan Lee is dead. I'm sad you're alive.
I won't play any more clips so you don't have to look at Bill Maher's smug face any longer, but you get the idea. This only led to more anger that did nothing to change his mind, and was the first major sign of a slowly growing anti-Marvel sentiment amongst a certain subset of the population that would only get louder in time.
It's 2 words, Marvel.
Marvel. Marvel sounds a lot better.
As previously mentioned, Captain Marvel was a character that Kevin Feige had been trying to incorporate into the MCU for many years. While there had been a character in the books named Captain Marvel for decades, the version they wanted to adapt, Carol Danvers, had only taken on the mantle in 2012, and had already proven herself divisive amongst comic readers. Those who loved her claimed that Carol was such a smash hit upon her debut that it only made sense to adapt her into other mediums as soon as possible, while those who hated her believed she was just an industry plant that was being forced into the spotlight. I'll let you be the judge on that one. The duo of Anna Boden and Ryan Fleck were hired to direct in 2017, but you probably didn't know their names. The real figure most heavily associated with the Captain Marvel movie is its star, Brie Larson. She was a fairly well-known performer when she was cast in 2016, having won the Oscar for Best Actress that very same year. But becoming the lead in a Marvel movie put public attention on her in a whole new way. Since there were many people who were already predisposed to dislike Captain Marvel, they began searching for any reason to tear down this new face for the character. The first opening came in 2018 when Brie gave a speech at the Women in Film Awards. during which she discussed the recent failure of the movie A Wrinkle in Time and her frustration about how few female critics of color had been able to review it.
Am I saying that I hate white dudes? No, I'm not. But what I am saying is that if you make a movie that is a love letter to women of color, there is an insanely low chance a woman of color will have the chance to see your movie and review your movie.
This quote exploded online, with Larson's critics using it as absolute proof that she hated men and didn't want them seeing Captain Marvel. Things only compounded when the actress gave further interviews in which she described her upcoming MCU project as a, quote, feminist movie. This created something of a new internet subculture, with YouTubers dedicating entire videos to discussing everything the actress did or said. Rumors were spread about how Larson's fellow Marvel cast members all hated her behind the scenes, and how Disney was already looking to recast her, although it should be noted that none of these claims have ever been confirmed. The most prominent of her critics was a channel called The Quartering, who has gone on to put Brie Larson in the title and thumbnail of literally hundreds of uploads, with it even becoming something of an inside joke amongst him and his viewers. Yes, people who hated Captain Marvel were proving to be an incredibly profitable demographic before the movie had even been released. In the time between Larson's speech and the motion picture's premiere, Captain Marvel's page on Rotten Tomatoes became a heated battleground. People bombarded the audience want to see rating, dropping it all the way down to a staggering 27%. In response, the review aggregate website chose to remove the want to see score altogether. As can be expected, this provoked outrage, but Rotten Tomatoes stood its ground. Around this time, another female-led action movie was being marketed titled Alita: Battle Angel. The film was a long-time passion project for director Robert Rodriguez, who was a fan of the original anime it was based on. More importantly for our purposes, Alita's release date was only a month separated from Captain Marvel's. Because of this, those who despised the upcoming MCU film decided to rally behind Rodriguez's project in the hopes of teaching Disney a lesson. That lesson being not to put their woke gender identity politics into the marketing of a film. They used Alita as their counter-programming of choice in hopes of curbing mainstream narratives that they hated Captain Marvel because they were sexist. So what the hell was this movie actually about? Well, Captain Marvel takes place in the 1990s and follows a woman named Veers, a soldier for the intergalactic Kree Empire. She is completely loyal to her cause despite the fact that she is missing large chunks of her memory and has the ability to fly and shoot energy blasts from her hands, despite having no idea how she was able to do it. During a mission against the Kree's eternal enemies, shape-shifting aliens known as Skrulls, Veers ends up stranded on Earth. She meets a young Nick Fury and the two team up. As the duo investigates things, the protagonist learns two truths that shatter her reality. One, she is not a Kree. She is actually a human named Carol who gained her powers when she stood too close to an exploding Kree power source. And two, the Skrulls are not evil world conquerors as she had been led to believe, but they are instead simply refugees. With this knowledge, Carol decides to turn against the people she once thought were her friends. She gives Fury a pager with the ability to message her if Earth is ever in danger, and the movie ends with her flying off into space to take the battle straight to the Kree homeworld. Despite the best efforts of Rotten Tomatoes, upon its release, Captain Marvel's audience score rapidly dropped to a mediocre 45%, even though critics reviewed it extremely favorably. This only served to fuel a conspiracy theory that had been growing for years, which stated that Disney had been bribing critics to give their films good reviews, considering that no Marvel Studios movie had ever gotten anything less than a fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Those who campaigned against Captain Marvel rejoiced and declared victory since the film they had rallied behind, Alita: Battle Angel, received a 91% audience rating. While detractors declared that this was absolute proof that general moviegoers had chosen a winner, the box office numbers told a different story. While Alita grossed just short of $405 million, Captain Marvel earned a whopping $1.13 billion. So much for Get Woke, Go Broke. This, of course, did not change anyone's minds. They argued that the review scores were much more important than the revenue, and that all the money Captain Marvel brought in was purely due to the mass hype for the next Avengers movie, not the character herself. This just came across as a massive cope. Interestingly, according to Bob Iger's memoir, the reason that it had taken so long to make movies based on Black Panther and Captain Marvel was because Ike Perlmutter had thought nobody would want to see movies that didn't star a white man. Ironic considering the two movies he didn't want to make ended up being some of Marvel's most profitable releases ever. As the debates continued online, Disney was laughing all the way to the bank. On March 20th, 2019, they bought 20th Century Fox for $71.3 billion. Not only did this mean that the MCU now had access to other Marvel characters like the X-Men and Fantastic Four, but Disney now owned the company that produced Alita, meaning they were collecting the revenue for both movies. Captain Marvel's post-credit scene is a flash forward taking place shortly after the snap at the end of Infinity War, as Carol meets up with the surviving Avengers on Earth while responding to Fury's signal. This brings us cleanly to Phase 3's final major event.
He used the stones to destroy the stones.
Now that the ending of Infinity War had firmly entrenched itself into pop culture, there was no reason for Marvel to be coy about their plans for what came next. The trailer for the fourth Avengers movie was released on December 7th, 2018, revealing its title, Endgame. It begins with a prologue showing Hawkeye under house arrest, watching helplessly as his entire family turns to dust before his eyes. The story then picks up right where the last one left off, with Tony Stark still stranded on Titan alongside the only other member of his group to survive the snap, Nebula. She takes him back to Earth in her ship, where they meet up with Captain America, Thor, Bruce Banner, Black Widow, Rocket, Captain Marvel, and War Machine. Given Nebula's knowledge of Thanos, they were able to take the fight straight back to him, but it's too late. He had destroyed the Infinity Stones, meaning there was no way to revive all the people who faded into dust. Thor kills Thanos, yet the team still leaves in defeat. We then cut to 5 years later and see how our heroes have coped with what has happened. Iron Man has settled down and had a daughter with his wife Pepper. Hawkeye has become a ruthless vigilante fueled by the loss of his wife and children. Bruce Banner has made peace with the Hulk, living in that form full-time while retaining his normal intellect. Thor is in the worst state of any of them, having become fat. Suddenly, Ant-Man is freed from the quantum realm and discovers the world is completely different from what he remembers. He seeks out the Avengers, explaining that to him it only felt like he had been trapped for a few hours, and wonders if they may be able to use the quantum realm to travel through time and set things right. Tony and Bruce are able to rig a working time machine using this concept, and the Avengers split off into teams to travel to different points in the timeline to grab the Infinity Stones, and bring them back to the present. Thor and Rocket go to Asgard during the events of the Dark World to get the Reality Stone, and along the way also retrieve Mjolnir. Captain America, Iron Man, Hulk, and Ant-Man go back to the Battle of New York from the first Avengers movie to grab the Time, Space, and Mind Stones. Things don't go exactly as planned and Loki is able to escape with the Tesseract, but they eventually figure out a way to return to the present with all three stones. Hawkeye and Black Widow are sent to retrieve the Soul Stone, but are confronted with the dilemma that a sacrifice will have to be made in order to obtain it. Knowing that he still has a family to save, the barren Black Widow allows herself to die so Hawkeye can accomplish the mission. And finally, Nebula and War Machine are sent to the beginning of the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie to get the Power Stone, but Nebula is intercepted by her past self before she can go back to the present. The past Nebula steals her future self's time travel gear, giving it to Thanos so he can use it for his conquest. With the Infinity Stones reassembled, Hulk uses them to snap his fingers and hopefully bring everyone who was killed back to life. Before they can find out if it worked though, Thanos and his forces arrive from the past to lay siege on the Avengers mansion. What follows is about 30 minutes of non-stop action, filled to the brim with moments designed to make audiences stand up and cheer in the theater.
On your left.
These included Captain America lifting up Thor's hammer, proving he was worthy of holding the magical weapon. And even more iconically, when all hope seems to be lost, a series of portals open up on the battlefield, out of which walk all the heroes who had turned to dust at the end of Infinity War. After a massive battle utilizing nearly every protagonist the MCU had ever featured up to that point, the day is won when Iron Man gets his hands on the Infinity Stones and snaps his fingers, turning Thanos and his forces to dust, while uttering the famous line, The strain is too much for him though, and Tony Stark sadly passes away as a final sacrifice to save the universe. After the funeral, Steve Rogers is tasked with taking the Infinity Stones and Thor's hammer back to the past as to not upset the timeline. Rather than coming right back though, he decides to remain in the past and live the life he was denied when he got frozen in the ice. He returns to the present day seconds after he left, now an old man, and hands his shield off to his friend Sam Wilson to become the new Captain America. The opening weekend of Avengers Endgame blew the record set by Infinity War out of the water, as it grossed $1.2 billion in just 4 days. Its success certainly didn't come as a surprise, but it was almost unfathomable just how many people were going to see it. No film franchise in history had ever generated this level of intense hype, especially not one on its 22nd film. Audiences largely decided they needed to consume it as soon as possible too, so they could avoid the spoilers that would surely be running rampant. What kept them coming back though was the chance to say goodbye to some of their favorite characters on the big screen and continue cheering at the exciting moments with the room full of fans who were just as excited on their 4th viewing as they were on their first. By the time it ended its theatrical run, Endgame had amassed nearly $2.8 billion, making it the highest-grossing movie in history. But the previous record holder, James Cameron's Avatar, was re-released in theaters in 2021 and ended up making the film's overall earnings just over $2.9 billion, putting it once again back in the top spot. This ultimately didn't matter all that much though. Avatar was a Fox property, which meant Disney held the crown no matter who won. There were a few elements of Endgame that fans objected to. Some disliked the way Thor's story was handled, feeling as though it was played too much for comedy, while others complained that Hulk's entire character arc had happened off-screen. But overall, it was a crowd-pleasing, once-in-a-lifetime theatrical event. The sweeping 360 shot that once seemed epic in the first Avengers now appeared quaint in comparison. In a way, it was a once-in-a-generation moment, but because of that, I remember personally wondering how Marvel would ever be able to top it again. For many, this seemed like the ideal place to hop off the MCU. Not only is it titled Endgame, but the franchise's 2 tentpole characters, Steve Rogers and Tony Stark, were gone. But Marvel Studios had no intention of slowing down. In fact, they saw even more dollar signs. This wasn't the end, but rather the start of a new beginning.
I'm in love with Spider-Man's aunt.
Even before Endgame had been released, Marvel had revealed that they were making another Spider-Man movie. This arguably made his grand revival at the end of Avengers slightly less impactful, but very few people expected him to stay dead anyway. While Disney and Sony had initially tried to keep the title of the film secret, that cat was let out of the bag when Tom Holland accidentally revealed it was called Far From Home on an Instagram live stream.
I'm a little confused because I died, so I don't really know how it all comes into play, but I do know is I got the new script, I'm super excited to read it, and it's going to be great. So yeah, Spider-Man 2, let's do this.
Holland has a bit of a reputation of accidentally spoiling details of his upcoming projects, so there was some speculation that this had been done on purpose as a publicity stunt. Kevin Feige later gave an interview in which he insinuated that was the case, so it was more than likely this was done to capitalize on Holland's fan base of preteen girls and Funko Pop-loving grown men who no doubt were following his every move on social media. Far From Home is about Peter Parker's continual struggles to live a double life. As Spider-Man, he's facing enormous pressure from the public who expect him to become the next Iron Man and now that Tony Stark is dead. The pressure is only made worse when he learns that Tony bequeathed him a high-tech pair of sunglasses that are able to control an army of drones, theoretically making the teenage superhero able to patrol crime across the globe. While on a school trip to Europe, Peter is sought out by Nick Fury, who needs his help defeating a group of monsters called the Elementals. He is teamed up with a new superhero named Quentin Beck, aka Mysterio, who Peter quickly starts to view as a mentor just like he did Iron Man. The teenager decides to give Beck the drone-controlling sunglasses and wipe his hands of the responsibility. While Peter begins to enjoy his vacation, sharing his secret identity with MJ and kindling a romance, Mysterio reveals his true colors. He is actually a former Stark employee whose inventions were stolen by the billionaire without credit, and he used his skills at making illusions in order to create the Elementals and make himself seem like a hero, all in order to gain access to the drone fleet. Spider-Man is able to stop Mysterio's scheme and destroy the drones, but the villain is unintentionally killed in the process. The plot of Far From Home did nothing to curb the Iron Boy Jr. discourse online. In fact, it became worse. Tony Stark's death only made his presence feel more imposing in Peter Parker's life, and the fact that 2 Spider-Man movies in a row had a villain who was motivated by hatred of Iron Man left a bad taste in the mouths of many audience members. One aspect of the drama that I have yet to touch on is Uncle Ben. If you know anything about Spider-Man's origin story, you know that the death of his uncle is integral in his growth into a hero. While the previous films that featured Peter Parker show him living with his Aunt May, there was never even a passing mention that she had a husband who was killed, leading some Spidey fans to wonder if the character had even been in this MCU. This brings us to the first teaser trailer for Far From Home, which showed Peter packing a suitcase with the initials BFP prominently featured on the front. This led many people to speculate that it once belonged to Uncle Ben, and the character would finally be mentioned in the film. But when the movie came out, not only was there not a single instance of Ben's name being spoken, but the suitcase is lost during a battle without any acknowledgement.
It ends up getting destroyed at some point off screen. And Peter doesn't give a single shit. Peter Parker doesn't give a single shit about losing something of his uncle's. Which makes me assume that Ben was someone in this universe who didn't really matter all that much to Peter.
This was a dangerous time to be a Marvel fan on the internet, as the infighting on what came to be known as Spider-Man Twitter was a war zone between those who hated this interpretation of the web-slinger and those who loved him. The question remained though, did the online drama affect audience turnout at all? Of course not. Far From Home grossed over $1.13 billion at the global box office, proving that the general public's interest in Marvel had not yet waned after Endgame. Or at the very least, their interest in Spider-Man specifically. Far From Home had 2 post-credit scenes. One revealed that Nick Fury, who had been seen in the film, was actually a Skrull in disguise, with the genuine Mr. Fury up in space on a Skrull refugee ship still helping them find a new home following the end of Captain Marvel. The much more consequential scene featured the return of actor J.K. Simmons reprising his role as newsman J. Jonah Jameson from the original pre-MCU Spider-Man movies. He plays a recording made by Mysterio, who at this point was still viewed as a hero by the general public, moments before his death. In it, he claims Spider-Man to be his killer and reveals his identity to the world as Peter Parker. This was the most talked about post-credit scene in the MCU since the original Iron Man, as fans left the theater buzzing about what could possibly happen in the next movie. Unfortunately for them though, this is a cliffhanger that could have potentially never been resolved. A month after the release of Far From Home, reports began surfacing that negotiations between Disney and Sony to renew their joint production deal for Spider-Man movies had fallen through, meaning that the character could potentially be leaving the MCU. This was baffling to most onlookers. The last film the 2 companies made together had brought in over $1 billion, making it seem very unlikely that they didn't view it as being worth continuing. While Sony claimed that they were disappointed, most people online blamed them for what had happened. Since signing the contract with Disney, Sony had continued making their own movies using licensed Marvel characters disconnected from the MCU, and had found a decent amount of success with releases such as Venom and Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Because of this, it was speculated that they were ready to try once again to create their own Spider-Man cinematic universe without the involvement of Disney. Emails that had been leaked years earlier by North Korea, long story, indicated that the reason Sony was still making their own Marvel movies in the first place was because they were still bound by the contractual use it or lose it clause. In the days that followed, #SaveSpider-Man began trending on Twitter worldwide, as fans rallied to maintain the version of the character they had come to know. It was reported that Tom Holland was working tirelessly behind the scenes as well, including calling up Bob Iger drunk in the middle of the night, sobbing to not let him take Spider-Man away from him. With such a public outcry, it wasn't long until the crisis was averted, and a new deal was struck in September. In addition, a third MCU Spider-Man movie was confirmed for release in 2021. It was smart for Sony to take a deal, considering how abysmal their cinematic universe would become in the years that followed. The Sony Pictures universe of Marvel characters did not have nearly the same mass appeal as their bigger brother, the MCU. Their films became widely mocked online, with even the cast of the projects getting in on the gag. Sydney Sweeney was only in Madam Web to get a passion project Anyone But You made, which ended up making $120 million more than the superhero movie. Jared Leto played into the running joke that there was a line from his failed star vehicle Morbius where he said, "It's Morbin time."
Nothing really, just,
That's not to say the MCU got all the respect in Hollywood either. For over a decade, Marvel Studios had maintained complete dominance over the box office. In many ways, they had redefined what people had come to expect when they went to the movies. While audiences were still happy to keep watching whatever the MCU had to show them, some people in Hollywood were growing tired of their influence. In October of 2019, Martin Scorsese, the renowned director responsible for countless classic films, was asked in an interview what he thought about the rise of comic book movies. That's not cinema. Honestly, the closest I can think of them, as well made as they are, with actors doing the best they can under the circumstances, is theme parks. It isn't the cinema of human beings trying to convey emotional, psychological experiences to another human being. He probably didn't anticipate just how controversial this quote would become. People all over the internet leapt on the filmmaker, accusing him of being an elitist for hating popular media. It was around this time that Scorsese's new movie, The Irishman, was coming out. Despite his strong reputation as a director, he had struggled to find a distributor. It barely played in theaters and had lost a significant amount of money. So perhaps it's understandable why he would be frustrated to see movies he felt were subpar dominating the cultural zeitgeist. In the following weeks, pretty much anyone who ever worked on a Marvel property was asked to weigh in on Scorsese's comment. Pretty much all of them offered up polite disagreement while still paying respects to the legendary director's work, which they were probably advised to by Disney's PR department. Some people, though, such as the Russo brothers, did throw in sly jabs. But at the end of the day, what do we know? We're just two guys from Cleveland, Ohio, and cinema is a New York word. In Cleveland, we call them movies. The debate about if Marvel movies are cinema has raged on ever since Scorsese said those infamous words. Other filmmakers have taken his side, most notably Quentin Tarantino, who said in 2022, "My only axe to grind against them is they're the only things that seem to be made. And they're the only things that seem to generate any kind of excitement amongst a fan base or even for the studio making them. That's what they're excited about. And so it's just the fact that they are the entire representation of this era of movies right now. There's not really much room for anything else." Martin Scorsese himself has been hounded repeatedly for clarifying his opinions, and the Russo brothers have gone on to be much more blunt about their clapbacks to him.
"Oscar, show me sadness."
Aw, look, he's got a schnauzer. I love schnauzers. And his name is Oscar. It's really cute, Oscar. Oh. All right, come on, box office.
Of course, the question if Marvel movies are true cinema has no definitive answer, and is purely up to individual taste. In 2019, public opinion was largely still on the side of Disney, but soon a gradual shift would begin taking place that would validate the opinions of these old-school Hollywood artists. There may have been a debate raging online about the quality of their films, but that wasn't going to stop Marvel from continuing to make them. At 2019 San Diego Comic-Con, Kevin Feige got up on stage once again in Hall H to announce the upcoming lineup for Phase 4. He explained the previous phases had all been part of what was now called the Infinity Saga. Now that it was done, they were moving on to their next master plan, the multi-universe saga. The films announced included Black Widow, Eternals, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and Thor: Love and Thunder, all set to release across 2020 and 2021. He also revealed that they were working on a new version of Blade, although the only detail unveiled was that the actor Mahershala Ali had been cast in the lead role, which was an interesting choice since the actor was already in the Netflix MCU show Luke Cage. While these movies were largely intended to introduce new heroes into the universe to breathe a new life into the post-Endgame world, Feige also confirmed a new method of content distribution for Marvel Studios, the recently launched streaming platform Disney+. Since their deal with Netflix had long since ended, this is where they would post a limited series designed mostly to expand on characters who had been in the movies but hadn't necessarily ever been the main focus. The specific titles announced were WandaVision, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Loki, What If, and Hawkeye. Unlike the shows on Netflix and ABC, these would tie directly into events of the films, and would be required viewing in order to get the full picture of the MCU. A few months later, in February of 2020, Bob Iger retired as CEO of Disney, naming Bob Chapek as his successor. Reportedly, Chapek had been the one who was pushing for Marvel to make Disney Plus a major part of its output moving forward, as he had high hopes of the streaming service's potential. But this vision for the future would take a while to come to pass. In 2020, the pandemic spread across the world, keeping the masses inside their homes and affecting the production of movies and TV shows. This meant everything Feige had announced as part of Phase 4 would have to be delayed, making 2020 the first year since 2009 without any new Marvel Studios releases. At the end of the year, Kevin Feige did another presentation in order to announce the new release dates as well as even more projects intended for Phase 4. These included Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, Captain Marvel 2, and Black Panther 2, as well as Disney Plus series such as She-Hulk, Ironheart, Secret Invasion, Ms. Marvel, Moon Knight, and Armor Wars. While some were excited, others began to get overwhelmed by the mere prospect of the tidal wave of content headed their way.
I don't know how any of this started in the first place.
The MCU finally returned at the beginning of 2021 with the debut of its first Disney Plus series, WandaVision. The general concept was to give a deeper look into the psyche of Wanda, since she had experienced so much death in her life. First her brother Quicksilver and then her lover Vision, neither of which were given much attention in the movies she appeared in. Kevin Feige had the idea early on to make it in the style of a multi-camera sitcom, with each episode visually representing how the genre looked in different decades. What must be understood is that Marvel's Disney Plus shows did not operate the same way as standard television series. Traditionally, a showrunner is hired to oversee every aspect of production, from writing to directing, while having other creatives under them to work on individual episodes. But Marvel did not use showrunners for their Disney Plus output. Instead, they brought in a head writer to manage the scripting process with a team of other scribes, and then passed it off to a director to do all the episodes. The entire process would be overseen by Feige and other Marvel executives, meaning that these productions were essentially extended-length movies. WandaVision follows our protagonist living in an idealized sitcom reality with her husband, Vision, and their two sons, Billy and Tommy. Although it's left a mystery how they were born or how Vision had come back to life. Meanwhile, a government agent named Monica Rambeau, who we last saw as a little girl in Captain Marvel, is investigating the town of Westview in which the show takes place. We later learn that Wanda's grief caused her powers to go out of control, warping reality and creating a place where she gets to live her ideal life. She is also being manipulated by another witch named Agatha Harkness, who wants to use Wanda's powers to her own benefit. Eventually, the town of Westview is restored when Wanda realizes what she's done, forcing her to let go of the family she created. Monica also receives superpowers as a result of what happened. Unfortunately, it's hard to figure out the financial performance of a show like this compared to a movie, since streaming services are generally quite secretive about viewership numbers of their content. According to the Nielsen ratings, though, WandaVision was the most watched show on Disney Plus when airing, as well as being one of the most viewed shows in America. For a brief moment, it dominated the conversation online, as quarantined Marvel fans starved for any content to watch. The week-to-week release model proved to be extremely beneficial here, as people speculated what could possibly be the explanation behind the many mysteries. This proved to be a double-edged sword. Fan theories ran rampant across the internet as viewers picked apart every single detail that they could, which inevitably snowballed into expectations going wildly out of control. For example, during the course of Monica's storyline, she spends multiple episodes talking about how she intended to call in an expert aerospace engineer who might be able to explain what's happening in Westview. Somehow, social media users convinced themselves that this character would end up being Reed Richards, aka Mr. Fantastic of the Fantastic Four. When this obviously ended up not being the case, there was a backlash by those who felt that the rug had been pulled out from under them. For instances like this, it's hard to blame the writers of WandaVision for the expectations of the audiences going so wildly out of control. But there were other parts in which the speculation was much more justified. In the show's 5th episode, Wanda's deceased brother Quicksilver also mysteriously returns from the grave, although he had been recast as actor Evan Peters. What needs to be understood is that Peters played Quicksilver in the Fox X-Men movies, and so bringing him into the MCU invited countless fan theories as to the possibilities it could bring. So you can imagine the disappointment when it was revealed he was not some multiverse-hopping version, but instead just a man named Ralph Boner, who had been mind-controlled into believing he was Wanda's brother. Fans were outraged, feeling as though their investment had been taken for granted when this big exciting twist had been played off just as a joke. For her part, head writer Jack Schaefer expressed that she hoped viewers didn't feel pranked by her attempt at being meta. Despite WandaVision's immense popularity, these disappointments added up and started making some fans already feel disillusioned towards the Disney Plus shows. Still, Marvel was prepared to continue riding this train for all it was worth. The very same month WandaVision ended, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier began airing. It featured Sam Wilson, who was unsure about if he wants to take on the responsibility of being Captain America after Steve Rogers gave him the shield. The government, meanwhile, appoints their own man for the job, a soldier named John Walker. When he proves to be violent and mentally unstable, though, Sam Wilson picks up the shield and takes his place. Walker is recruited by the director of the CIA, Valentina de Fontaine, who dubs him U.S. Agent, and begins sending him on special ops missions. A month after that show ended, Loki's first episode premiered. It followed the God of Mischief after he stole the Tesseract during the alternate timeline created in Avengers Endgame. He is arrested and eventually recruited by the Time Variance Authority, or TVA for short, a group responsible for maintaining what they call the Sacred Timeline. Along the way, Loki teams up with several multiversal variants of himself and meets the man behind the TVA, the new villain Marvel has been trying to push as their next big baddie after Thanos, Kang the Conqueror, played by the up-and-coming actor Jonathan Majors. With this breakneck release schedule, viewers were starting to get burnt out on these Disney Plus shows when they had barely just begun. Marvel clearly had a lot of faith in these projects. In the span of just a few months, they had paid off one of the big dangling plot threads from the conclusion of Endgame, but also introduced the next major overarching villain. Clearly they had meant it when they said these shows would be needed viewing to understand the movies, but many were beginning to wonder if that strategy would hurt them more than it would help.
You've always been a really good friend to me.
It's what everyone wants to hear.
For years, fans of Marvel had been requesting a solo movie for the character Black Widow. It seemed like an obvious choice, since she was one of their biggest female superheroes and part of the original Avengers team. But for whatever reason, any behind-the-scenes plans to give her the spotlight continually were pushed aside in favor of other projects. It wasn't until 2018 when production began in earnest to give Scarlett Johansson's character a starring vehicle, with director Kate Shortland hired to steer the ship. You may have noticed the obvious problem, that being Black Widow had died during Endgame. Well, it was decided that the film would be a prequel taking place in between the events of Civil War and Infinity War. The story starts with a brief recap of Natasha Romanoff's origin, first as a child spy for the Russian government living in America with her fake family before she defected to join S.H.I.E.L.D. As she continues to evade the law after taking Captain America's side in Civil War, she is found by the girl who once posed as her sister, Yelena Belova, played by Florence Pugh. She informs Natasha that General Dreykov, the man responsible for training young girls to become Black Widow assassins, is still alive after being long presumed dead by the Romanoffs' hands. The two women reunite with their spy father, Alexei, played by David Harbour, a super soldier who was once billed as the Russians' answer to Captain America, dubbed the Red Guardian. The family is also targeted by an assassin named Taskmaster, who is later revealed to be Dreykov's daughter, Antonia, who Natasha also believed she had killed. In the end, Dreykov is defeated, and Yelena goes off to free any of the young women he had been training to become new Black Widows. The film's depiction of Taskmaster angered comic book fans in a way that hadn't been seen since the Mandarin all the way back in Iron Man 3. The fact that they had gender-swapped the character from the source material was already bound to cause a stir, but it went deeper than that. Comic book Taskmaster is generally depicted as confident, capable, and having a witty sense of humor, so seeing the movie turn her into a mind-controlled silent lackey rubbed people the wrong way. Writer Eric Pearson responded to the backlash in a fairly flippant manner.
I made the mistake of looking in direct message requests and someone said, I don't mean to be out of line, but Taskmaster was the biggest betrayal of my life. And I was just like, I got mad for a second, and then I was like, well, you've had a pretty good life then.
Yeah, no kidding.
Just like Mandarin, you can still find people complaining about this change even to this very day. Black Widow was initially scheduled to release in May of 2020 before global conditions made it necessary to delay it into the next year. Even though theaters were beginning to open back up again in the summer of 2021, Marvel was still concerned that most audiences weren't comfortable going back to the big screen just yet. So the decision was made to simultaneously release Black Widow on Disney+, with its Premier Access feature, a $30 fee that allowed subscribers to watch newly released theatrical films in the comfort of their own homes. This decision made sense at the time considering the overall state of the world, but it ultimately did not pay off in the way they had hoped. Black Widow pulled in just around $380 million on a reported budget of $288 million, although Disney claimed that the Premier Access revenue brought in an additional $60 million. A lot of this lower than average performance could probably be blamed on the pandemic, but lack of general interest also played a factor. Sure, people at one point had been eager for a Black Widow movie, but most people felt the ship had sailed after her death in Endgame. For me personally, this was a movie where I really started to see the seams in the MCU filmmaking process. You'd have the talking scenes where the characters make a quip every minute or so, before cutting to an action scene that was a bit disjointed when you realize they often worked on them separately from the rest of the film to make the release on time. It's not terrible, but rather a bit uninspired. With that said, it continued the perfect streak of fresh ratings for the MCU, with this installment netting Disney a 79% from critics and 91% from audiences. If Disney was upset by the poor box office results, Scarlett Johansson was even more so. The same month the film was released, the actress filed a lawsuit against the studio for breach of contract. She claimed that since she had been promised a percentage of the theatrical earnings, Disney had kneecapped her potential income by sending it right to streaming. Lawyers from the House of Mouse quickly tried to move the case into arbitration to get it out of the public eye, all while Johansson's team were trying to stir up as much bad press for the studio as possible, even calling them misogynistic. It only took a couple of months for the case to be settled out of court for $40 million. Black Widow was the only MCU movie to receive the Premier Access treatment, and Disney soon retired the practice altogether. The post-credits scene took place in the modern day. As Yelena grieves at Natasha's grave, she is approached by Valentina de Fontaine from The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. She informs Yelena that Hawkeye is responsible for her sister's death, setting up for her brief appearance in his upcoming Disney Plus show. A month after Black Widow's release saw the premiere of What If, an animated series on Disney Plus in which every episode depicted a different alternate history for the MCU. It was very bad.
Oh, come on, nothing's gonna happen in this car. I'm the Agent Jeff Gordon.
In their continuing quest to make their roster of heroes more diverse, Marvel greenlit the movie based on Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu, as an early part of their Phase 4 lineup. Destin Daniel Cretton was hired to direct, and Simu Liu was cast in the main role. Liu had actually asked Marvel on Twitter if he could play Shang-Chi about 6 months before the official announcement. Was this a fun example of an actor shooting his shot with a major studio, or a pre-planned publicity stunt in order to drum up press? You decide. One of the major early announcements regarding Shang-Chi was that it would finally introduce the MCU's real Mandarin as the villain, played by actor Tony Leung. Needless to say, fans were excited. Unfortunately for them, they still would not be getting their wish. Tony's character in the final film actually hated being called the Mandarin. His real name is Zhu Wenzu, making him an adaptation of the comic book character Zhengzhou, who himself was renamed from his original incarnation, Fu Manchu. Confused? Good. To add insult to injury, the Mandarin's iconic weapons, the Ten Rings, which had been promised in the title, didn't even function remotely like they did in the source material. This left comic book fans who had been disappointed by Iron Man 3 all those years ago frustrated, but Cretton explained that most of the changes had been made in order to sidestep any negative racial implications. I think it's hard to imagine who the Mandarin is. This mysterious, really evil Asian dude, somewhere out there, and not have some type of stereotype in your brain. The film begins by introducing us to Sean, an everyman living in San Francisco with a deeply held secret. He is actually Shang-Chi, martial artist, master, and son of the immortal terrorist Zhu Wenwu. Even though he fled to America to escape his father, he is soon discovered and brought back to China alongside his sister, Ziling. They learn that their father is trying to open up a magical passage to another realm, hoping to revive his deceased wife, who he believes is trapped there. Shang-Chi learns that he is actually being lured into a trap by an evil being called the Dweller in Darkness, but is unable to convince his father of this, resulting in Wenwu being killed. Shang-Chi stops the entity, takes control of the weapons that made his father such a powerful criminal, the Ten Rings, and returns home to San Francisco. When it came out, critics and audiences alike hailed Shang-Chi as one of the greatest things Marvel had put out in years. There are a few reasons for this. A lot of the conversation was about how this was the first major comic book movie to have an Asian director and a primarily Asian cast. And people were probably just happy to see an action blockbuster in theaters again after nearly 2 years of lockdown. If you liked Shang-Chi, I would recommend you read the old Master of Kung Fu comics from the 70s, but rights issues have made those impossible to find legally even in the digital re-release realm. With the massive hype and cultural conversation surrounding the movie, you might have expected it to have been a massive smash hit at the box office. In reality, though, it only made a little over $432 million globally on an estimated budget of $150 million. This wasn't a failure by any means, but it also wasn't the kind of huge success that Marvel had been used to up to that point. Again, the pandemic could be blamed for some of it, but it seemed like audiences were slowly but surely beginning to lose interest in Marvel's output. The post-credits scenes show Shang-Chi taking the Ten Rings to Bruce Banner, Captain Marvel, and Wong to investigate where their power came from, and Ziling taking over her father's criminal empire after his death. Neither of these scenes have ever been followed up on in the time of writing, and it's unlikely that will change anytime soon. Production on the sequel has long since stalled, and since the director has been hired to direct the next Spider-Man film, it's unlikely we'll get another Shang-Chi solo adventure in the foreseeable future.
I have apologized so many times.
Not quite enough times, very close though.
With the MCU struggling to get back on its feet after the pandemic while also trying to slightly reinvent itself after the Infinity Saga, stepping out of their comfort zone into slightly riskier projects became a necessity. Back in 2018, indie filmmaker Chloe Zhao had approached Disney about her interest in directing a movie based on the Eternals, one of the final Marvel creations from legendary comic artist Jack Kirby. She was soon hired and the project was put into production. As the marketing machine started moving in 2021 leading up to the movie's release, newfound attention was put on Chloe when her film Nomadland won Best Picture at the Academy Awards. It wasn't just the director adding pedigree to this upcoming MCU project either. Normally, when Marvel is searching for a lead in their movies, they're looking for actors who are not big names. In the case of Eternals, though, the cast was filled with A-list Oscar winners like Angelina Jolie and Salma Hayek, stars from the renowned HBO series Game of Thrones like Kit Harington and Richard Madden, and less prestigious but still well-known performers like Kumail Nanjiani, who got extremely jacked for the role. Yes, it was clear that Marvel was trying to market Eternals as their first prestige film. Many articles were published in the months leading up to the premiere about how Chloe Zhao had made an effort to shoot in real-life locations rather than in front of a green screen, and how it would be the first MCU movie to include a sex scene. They even started a campaign for it to be considered during the next award season. Perhaps the debate over whether or not Marvel movies were cinema had gotten to Kevin Feige's head, and the world would soon see if his studio was still capable of performing miracles. The film tells the story of the Eternals, a group of immortal beings sent to Earth thousands of years ago by a celestial known as Arishem, in order to wipe out evil creatures called the Deviants. When the land of these monsters were slain, the Eternals opt to go their separate ways and live normal lives amongst humanity. We then fast forward to the modern day where one of the Eternals, Cersei, and her human boyfriend, Dane Whitman, are attacked by a deviant, forcing her to reassemble her family to deal with this threat that they thought was defeated long ago. They soon learn that Arishem's true goal was to use the Earth to give birth to a new celestial, which would destroy the planet. He has also done this to countless other worlds throughout the universe. The Eternals stop his plans, leaving a giant dead celestial in the middle of the Indian Ocean, and depart to warn other planets that were seeded. Unfortunately for Disney, Eternals was not the massive hit they had hoped for. Professional reviewers panned it for being overly dull, long, and filled with so much dense lore that it got in the way of fleshing out the characters. Ironically, this movie that was supposed to bring a new era of prestige to the MCU ended up becoming the first Marvel Studios movie to receive a Rotten Critics score on Rotten Tomatoes. On the bright side, at least this ended the conspiracy theory that Disney paid off critics to review their woke films positively. While there were some who tried to blame sexist mobs for the bad reviews, it was a fairly universal opinion that Eternals just wasn't very good. The box office performance wasn't much better, as the film brought in just over $402 million after going over budget at $276 million. The post-credit scene teased big things, such as introducing Harry Styles as Eros, brother of Thanos, and teasing Dane Whitman's eventual transformation into the superhero Black Knight. This even included an off-screen cameo of Blade. Due to the poor financial and audience response, I think it's unlikely Eternals will be returning for a sequel at any point in the future. And I also think this is the clearest place to point to showing the full start of the MCU's downfall. A few weeks after the release of Eternals, Hawkeye premiered on Disney+. This series followed the bow-wielding Avenger investigating an organized crime ring alongside a young new superhero Archer who had been inspired by him, Kate Bishop, played by Haley Steinfeld. Together, they come in conflict with a deaf woman by the name of Echo, and the Kingpin, making his grand return to the MCU after the end of Daredevil on Netflix.
How did you do that?
Lots of birthday parties.
Now that the legal troubles between Disney and Sony had been smoothed over, they were finally able to follow up the cliffhanger of Far From Home. In February of 2021, the title of the third MCU Spider-Man film was officially revealed as No Way Home. This set the internet abuzz, with people theorizing what this could possibly mean for the wall crawler's future on the big screen. And with that speculation came an abundance of rumors. It was widely believed that this movie would bring in characters from the previous two Spider-Man franchises created by Sony. This theory was confirmed when the first trailer leaked online in August, revealing the return of the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus from the old trilogy. Sony was quick to dole out DMCA takedowns, but since the cat was already out of the bag, they decided to officially post the trailer a few days later. The hype grew exponentially as fans wondered what other characters could show up, and further trailers revealed more villains from older Spidey films including Sandman, the Lizard, and Electro. With each new reveal, speculation increased as to who else would show up in No Way Home. The natural conclusion to seeing villains from previous films be included here was that they would also be getting Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield to reprise their roles as Peter Parker as well. Sony was very tight-lipped about whether or not they would be involved, but the internet was set ablaze when images of Andrew Garfield in costume standing in front of a blue screen leaked online. The photos were struck down and the actor was forced to deny that he would be appearing in No Way Home during multiple interviews.
I heard about it, and I did see it, and it's a Photoshop.
We say no.
I'm trying to manage expectations. You say no. Oh, you say no, yeah.
As you might have already begun to suspect, the production of No Way Home was rife with leaks. Other details began appearing on social media as well, such as a rumored cameo appearance from Charlie Cox as Matt Murdock, aka Daredevil, reprising his role from the cancelled Netflix series. It's not clear how exactly all of this information ended up online, but it only served to make audiences even more excited for the promise of seeing characters they loved back on the big screen. When No Way Home debuted, it turned out every single rumor that had been circulating was accurate. It picks up right where Far From Home left off, as Peter Parker's life crumbles around him once his secret identity is revealed to the public. Becoming desperate, he turns to Doctor Strange to see if there is a magical solution to his problem. The sorcerer begins to cast a spell to make the world forget Spider-Man's true identity, but accidental meddling from Parker so his loved ones can remember him makes it go terribly wrong. Instead of making everyone forget who he is, anyone from across the multiverse who knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man is teleported to the MCU's Earth, including a plethora of villains from previous Spider-Man films. Peter quickly rounds them up and realizes they had all been sent to this Earth moments before they were about to die, and thus tries to figure out a way to turn them into good guys and save their lives. But this plan goes south when the Green Goblin goes rogue and kills Aunt May, sending Peter into a spiral of guilt for bringing the villain here in the first place. He receives reassurance by two other versions of him from alternate universes, who were also brought to this Earth by the spell, played by Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield. The three Spider-Men develop a plan to save the villains, but as reality continues to collapse around them, Peter realizes he only has one other option. He asks Doctor Strange to make everyone forget who he is, including his friends, healing the world but leaving him all alone. The movie ends with Peter Parker now living by himself and continuing to fight crime as a fully independent Spider-Man. With how convoluted things got and how much knowledge of prior movies was required to understand No Way Home, you might expect general audiences to be put off by it. But that couldn't be further from the truth. People flocked to see this movie in droves, causing it to gross a whopping $1.9 billion worldwide. It appealed to fans of every generation of Spider-Man, and is best viewed as a love letter to the character's history on film rather than a standalone story. It even somewhat resolved the Iron Boy Jr. debate, as the conclusion showed Peter Parker in a much more familiar status quo to the comics. There was some pushback, specifically for the movie's use of blue screen rather than shooting in actual locations. This was standard practice for the MCU at this point, and was generally viewed as necessary in order to pull off the fantastical action of the superhero genre. But when it was revealed that blue screen had been used to superimpose characters into mundane situations that could have easily been shot on a normal set, certain people online became angry, feeling that Marvel's use of this technology was getting out of hand. The post-credits scene of No Way Home showed Tom Hardy as Eddie Brock, aka Venom, from his own self-titled movie franchise, being sent back to his home universe after being teleported to the MCU in the post-credits of his previous solo outing. This was the result of Sony's continual effort to make their own films starring Spider-Man adjacent characters without the involvement of Marvel Studios. They had used many tricks to make people think that their movies were connected to the MCU. In the teaser for their next film, Morbius, they included a poster of Spider-Man and an appearance by the Vulture from Homecoming. Nothing in their movies ended up tying into the MCU in any meaningful way though, and it only served to make audiences feel confused and lied to. Sadly, it was not Morbin time. With the release of No Way Home, Marvel Studios had officially put out 4 movies in 2021. If you include the Disney Plus shows, that becomes 9 projects, all of which were being advertised as essential viewing to understand the wider MCU. A total of 40 hours of content. And with the obvious exception of Spidey, none of the films had gotten even remotely close to the kind of financial returns they were used to before the pandemic. And even in the one big box office win, Sony collected all of that revenue, meaning that Disney didn't see a dime of that $2 billion gross. While the virus could be blamed for a portion of these failures, an increasingly loud number of people were expressing a growing disinterest in Marvel as a brand. As 2022 rolled around, though, the MCU showed no signs of pumping the brakes. March saw the release of Moon Knight on Disney+, a show about a man named Stephen Grant, who learns he is actually an alternate personality of an adventurer named Mark Spector, aka Moon Knight. This was the first Disney Plus show to introduce a new hero rather than putting the spotlight on someone established in the movies, seeming to mean that Marvel was putting even more emphasis on the streaming service content. The show was not especially popular, and while the few casual viewers who watched it seemed to enjoy it just fine, hardcore fans of Moon Knight from the comics objected to how it dumbed down the source material. When Marvel first announced their slate of Disney Plus shows, they made it clear that the streaming content would tie directly into the events of the movies. That promise finally started to be fulfilled with Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, which Kevin Feige explained would be a direct follow-up to the events of WandaVision. There was one detail he did not mention though. The script was written before the show had been finished, meaning that the filmmakers were not able to get a thorough understanding of the story they were continuing. This was yet another troubling sign that Marvel's output had gotten out of control, creating massive clogs in their pipeline. When the film was first announced, the director of the first Doctor Strange, Scott Derrickson, was confirmed to be helming the sequel. However, he eventually left the project in January of 2020 due to creative differences. This didn't come as too much of a surprise, considering many filmmakers had found it difficult to work within Marvel's system in the past. The true shock was the announcement of who would be replacing him: Sam Raimi. Fans of comic book movies revered Raimi for his work on the original Spider-Man trilogy back in the 2000s, but the director had taken a step back from Hollywood in the years that followed and had not made a new movie in nearly a decade. He had reportedly shied away from superhero films after the incredibly negative reception of Spider-Man 3, but was now eager to get back on the saddle and tell a story based on another character he had a great passion for. Fans hoped that Raimi would be the MCU's next James Gunn, a filmmaker with a unique visual flair and a genuine love for the source material that would shine through on the screen. Multiverse of Madness takes place after Wanda gave up her family and left the town of Westview. She had begun losing her sanity to grief, using the ancient book called the Darkhold in an attempt to get her family back. But the tome has corrupted her already fragile mind, driving Wanda to evil and causing her to finally take on her comic book alter ego, the Scarlet Witch. Doctor Strange intervenes to stop her, realizing that the witch is hunting down a teenager with the ability to open portals between universes, named America Chavez, in order to be reunited with her children. The sorcerer teams up with the young woman, and the two begin hopping between realities together. In one universe, they meet up with the Illuminati, a team of heroes composed of actors making cameo appearances who protect their world in secret. Their members include Patrick Stewart reprising his role as Professor X from the Fox X-Men movies, and John Krasinski as Mr. Fantastic, who had been a popular fan cast for the character for years. Scarlet Witch arrives and kills the entire Illuminati, and Doctor Strange realizes that the only way to defeat her is to use the power of the Darkhold himself. He's able to win the day as Wanda comes to her senses and seemingly sacrifices her life, and Strange develops a mysterious third eye on his forehead due to his tampering with dark magic. Multiverse of Madness is a relatively contentious movie amongst Marvel fans. While some feel as though Sam Raimi's directorial voice carried it to success, others have dismissed it as being an overstuffed excuse to fit in a slew of cameos, which people were starting to get bored of. It doesn't help anything that the plot is all but impossible to understand for those who haven't seen WandaVision. And even those who did watch it argued that it completely undid Wanda's arc of accepting that her family was gone forever. What was the point of all this? There was one other criticism toward the movie levied by hardcore comic fans that will require some explanation, so I apologize in advance. What must be understood is that, for years, Marvel has gone to great lengths giving each reality within their expanding multiverse its own number. The main continuity in which their comics take place is labeled Earth 616, while the MCU took place on Earth 199999. However, in Multiverse of Madness, it was established that the MCU was actually Earth 616. This caused a lot of outrage and even more confusion amongst comic fans, who felt as though Disney was trying to pave over the importance of the source material even more than they already had. In spite of these critiques, Multiverse of Madness did phenomenally at the box office, bringing in over $955 million. This was probably due to a couple of factors. One, Doctor Strange's heavy involvement in No Way Home made audiences interested in seeing more of the character, and two, this film promised even more multiversal cameos. Marvel got the message loud and clear. People wanted to see movies that featured actors that they recognized taking on roles they hadn't played in years. Even though Scarlet Witch appeared to die, most viewers believed she would probably be back eventually. But it's possible that won't actually be the case. The next year, the actress who played Wanda, Elizabeth Olsen, stated that she was done making Marvel movies and instead wanted to focus on smaller projects that excited her. I don't want to work for work's sake. I don't know how to half-ass stuff, so I have to love something a lot. And there are things I love, and it's tough to raise money for them. As much talk as there had been of audiences growing tired of the MCU, this was the first time that one of their performers had so publicly expressed a lack of interest in the process. Speaking of lack of interest, the post-credits scene of Multiverse of Madness showed Clea, Strange's love interest from the comics, arriving to enlist his aid in stopping an unspecified threat. As of writing, this is yet another sequel tease that shows no sign of being paid off anytime soon.
How many slushies have you had today? Because all that red dye 3, it's making your brain.
In the 2010s, Marvel Comics began introducing new characters at a rapid pace, with varying degrees of success. One of their most popular newcomers was Kamala Khan, aka Miss Marvel, a Muslim teenager with a superhero obsession who one day gains powers of her own. The sheer love that comic book readers had for her made Marvel want to add the character to the MCU as soon as possible, and Miss Marvel premiered on Disney Plus in June of 2022. From the early marketing, fans became concerned about how she would be portrayed. For context, in the source material, Miss Marvel has the ability to stretch and contort her body into a variety of odd shapes. But in the show, that was changed to give her the power to create physical constructs out of light. While some people defended this decision, claiming it was done because those powers wouldn't look good in live action on a TV budget, others argued it was a betrayal of everything her original story was trying to say. While arguments raged online about how this would be yet another unfaithful adaptation from Disney, the one saving grace was Miss Marvel star Iman Vellani. Like Kamala Khan herself, she was a massive fan of superheroes, and was very outspoken about that fact. Onlookers discovered that she had left a negative review of Captain Marvel on Letterboxd, and Vellani stated in multiple interviews that she disagreed with the changes Kevin Feige had made to Marvel lore. specifically the changing of the numbering for MCU's Earth.
I'd like to say, that's 616. I don't believe that the MCU is 616. As much as Kevin Feige can make us think that it's 616, it is 199999.
The show itself hardly set the world on fire, as it followed Kamala Khan as she used the superpowers given to her by a mystical bangle gifted to her by her grandmother to save her hometown of Jersey City. Why anyone would want to save Jersey City, I don't know. If you're one of the few people who actually watch the series, then you might like the initial Miss Marvel comic run by writer G. Willow Wilson that made the character so popular in the first place. Still, even if the show wasn't especially popular, most fans agreed that it was refreshing to have someone like Amon in the MCU.
You are now cursed. It's funny. It doesn't feel like a curse.
After Ragnarok breathed new life into the Thor series by basically making it Guardians of the Galaxy with Scandinavian mythology, it was a foregone conclusion that the director would be invited back to direct the sequel, Love and Thunder. When the film was first announced at San Diego Comic-Con 2019, it was confirmed that Natalie Portman would be returning to play her character Jane Foster from the first two movies, and that the plot would be adapting the recent female Thor story arc from the comics. The next year, renowned actor Christian Bale also joined the cast as the villain Gore the God Butcher, someone comic fans had eagerly been waiting to see adapted into live action. The early warning signs came when the press tour began. It all started when one of the teasers heavily featured screaming goats, a reference to an overdone meme that had stopped being popular or funny online years ago, yet was still being used in major Hollywood productions by boomers with greatly diminishing returns.
They also scream quite a lot.
This made people concerned that the comedy in this new Thor movie would not be anywhere near as fresh as it had been in Ragnarok, if they had resorted to mining such tired jokes. Things only became worse the next month when Taika Waititi did a video for Vanity Fair alongside actress Tessa Thompson, in which they broke down a scene from Love and Thunder. It seems as though Waititi didn't care about the movie he had made at all, as Thompson pointed out mistakes that he hadn't even noticed.
Does that look real? In that particular shot, no, actually. See this shot? When I go, it's because it used to be when he would wake up. That was my reaction shot. But you just left it there randomly. But I kind of don't mind it. Yeah, look.
It's unmistakable.
While making Ragnarok, Waititi's rockstar I don't care attitude was seen as an asset, since he was bringing a new perspective to a struggling franchise. But now that the public was on the verge of losing interest in Marvel as a whole, this was nothing but a detriment. If the people making the movies weren't invested in what they were putting out, why should the audience? Compounding this was the fact that this was around the time when a number of VFX artists were coming out to allege mistreatment on the part of Marvel. According to them, the studio was working them to the bone for minimal pay, demanding extreme changes at the last minute, and throwing so many projects their way that it was impossible to give them the polish they needed. So seeing the now rich and famous Waititi openly mocking the CGI in his movies struck a raw nerve with people and only served to make the backlash worse. Love and Thunder follows Thor as he learns that the residents of New Asgard are all in danger from Gore the God Butcher, an incredibly powerful alien who has vowed revenge against all gods when they did not respond to his prayers to save his daughter's life. Thor also learns that Gore's desire is to find eternity, an omnipotent being that will grant him one wish, which would presumably be to kill all gods. When Thor goes to warn his people, he discovers that Jane Foster is already there. She had been diagnosed with terminal cancer and sought out the Asgardians for a cure, causing Mjolnir to reassemble itself and fly to her hand, giving Jane all the powers of Thor. Gore attacks and kidnaps a large number of Asgardian children, prompting the team to ask other gods for help. Zeus, the leader of the Pantheon, refuses, igniting a battle in which Thor steals his magical lightning bolt and flees. He finds the children kidnapped by Gore and grants them the power of the lightning, allowing them to fight back. The villain eventually makes it to eternity, and after a battle in which Jane sacrifices her own life, Thor convinces him to make the right choice. Gorr wishes to bring his daughter back to life, dying from his injuries and giving the child to Thor to raise in his stead. Even with the pushback online, Thor: Love and Thunder managed to gross nearly $761 million on an estimated budget of $250 million. While reviews were mixed, those who hated Love and Thunder were incredibly vocal. Chris Hemsworth even described his sense of disappointment he felt when he took his children and their friends to see the movie and they didn't like it. He reflected on where the production went wrong, with the actor ultimately deciding that it had gotten too silly. People also criticized the CGI, with one shot of a child sending a message to Thor being particularly mocked. Even though Taika Waititi had brought in a good amount of money with his Thor movies, the negative response to Love and Thunder seems to have given Disney executives cold feet. The New Zealand director has stated that he probably won't do another Marvel film, and there is currently no sign that another Thor movie is in development at all. This means that Love and Thunder's post-credit scene showing Zeus sending his son Hercules to kill Thor as retribution for stealing his lightning probably won't be paid off anytime soon, if at all. In the first couple phases, Marvel usually only included these end teases if they knew for a fact that they were building up to something bigger. But now it felt much more like an obligation, as the studio simply threw ideas at the wall to see what stuck. And with increasing frequency, these scenes ended up being duds.
This can't possibly be where the season was going!
As long as the Hulk had existed in the MCU, fans asked when his cousin Jennifer Walters, aka She-Hulk, would make her debut. While they eventually got their wish, it ended up being as part of Marvel's seemingly never-ending push to get people to subscribe to Disney+. In 2020, Tatiana Maslany was cast as the lead for this show that would follow She-Hulk's life as a lawyer, while also adding in the fourth-wall-breaking comedy she was known for in the comics. When people got a first look at the show in May of 2022, there were many who believed that it looked terrible. The most major criticism by far was the over-the-top CGI, and how it looked cheap and uncanny. She-Hulk's director, Kat Coiro, soon spoke up in the show's defense in the days leading up to the premiere. In terms of the CGI being critiqued, I think that has to do with our culture's belief in its ownership of women's bodies. I think a lot of the critique comes from feeling like they're able to tear apart the CGI woman. It should not come as a shock that this undeniably idiotic statement was not received well by anyone. Well, except for maybe the quartering who would make a lot of AdSense money covering it on his channel. Her comment was especially tone-deaf considering the previously mentioned poor treatment of VFX artists by Marvel. She-Hulk Attorney at Law featured Jennifer Walters, a lawyer who was involved in a car accident while driving with her cousin Bruce Banner, causing some of his blood to enter her body and turn her into the She-Hulk. Unlike him though, she is very adept at controlling the transformation, and always retains her normal intellect. The series then follows a much more episodic structure than the other Disney Plus shows, as Jennifer deals with legal cases surrounding superheroes and villains while also struggling to have a love life. When She-Hulk debuted, there were a few aspects that people took issue with besides the shoddy CGI. One in particular was the inclusion of the Wrecking Crew, a team of villains who use magical weapons that resemble construction equipment to commit crimes. While some comic fans objected to their portrayal as a whole since they were shown to be nothing more than a bunch of pushovers, there was one member who caused the most amount of controversy, Thunderball. While he is black in the source material, the show cast a white actor in the role, prompting accusations of whitewashing. But the scene which received the most widespread attention by far came in the show's third episode. After She-Hulk has a meeting with rapper Megan Thee Stallion, the two decide to begin dancing together, culminating in the title character twerking. The clip exploded in popularity on sites like Twitter, with people mocking the awkward animation and the sheer absurdity of it. As of right now, Tatiana has stated that a second season of She-Hulk is unlikely. This is reportedly at least partly because the show went massively over budget, costing Disney a grand total of $225 million, which is higher than most of their movies. If you want more Jennifer Walters in your life and are curious why comic fans considered her to be one of Marvel's best characters, then read The Sensational She-Hulk by John Byrne, instead of watching this lousy adaptation.
But that's missing.
1 year ago today.
Discussions between Disney and Ryan Coogler for the second Black Panther movie started pretty much immediately after the first film's success. Continuing the story of T'Challa and the nation of Wakanda was a top priority for the studio, and the director was already formulating many ideas for where to take the franchise. Sadly, those plans were thrown into question on August 28, 2020, when Chadwick Boseman passed away from colon cancer. According to reports, he had been sick since before he had even been cast as Black Panther, but had opted not to tell anyone at Marvel about his condition. His doctors had told him he would likely make a full recovery, and had reportedly believed this was the case until things took a turn for the worse only a few days before his death. The world mourned Boseman's passing, as he had become a role model to countless fans. Questions soon arose about how the Black Panther series could continue without him, but Kevin Feige made sure to stress that T'Challa would not be recast. Black Panther 2, later retitled Wakanda Forever, would instead focus on the other residents of the African nation. It was widely rumored that Letitia Wright, who played T'Challa's younger sister, would take on the mantle as the new protagonist. It wasn't long before a wrench was thrown into those plans too. In December of 2020, Wright shared a video on Twitter questioning the safety of vaccines. Considering the fact that this was still in the middle of the pandemic, this of course sparked outrage online. Fellow Marvel actor Don Cheadle described the video as, quote, hot garbage, and vowed to speak with Wright about it privately. All the while, angry social media users continued to press the subject, demanding that she be recast. Amidst the outrage, the actress quietly deleted her Twitter account, sharing the following statement. My only intention of posting the video was it raised my concerns with what the vaccine contains and what we are putting in our bodies. Nothing else. Despite the backlash, Disney did not fire Wright. But when Wakanda Forever began filming in 2021, rumors began swirling that the actress was refusing to comply with COVID restrictions, sharing anti-vaccine talking points on set, and being generally difficult to work with. This sparked even more calls for the character to be replaced, but Wright shared a now deleted Instagram post in which she completely denied all the accusations. In a later interview, she confessed to having been hit extremely hard by the death of Chadwick Boseman, and had been distressed by her inability to travel to America to mourn, perhaps explaining some of her behavior during this time. The plot of Wakanda Forever saw the nation mourning the loss of their king T'Challa, who passed away off-screen. The people expect Shuri to become the new Black Panther, but she is reluctant to do so. At the same time, Wakanda faces pressure from the outside world to share more of their vibranium supply, and the US government has sent teams out into the ocean to try and find more deposits of the valuable material. This draws the attention of Namor, the ruler of an underwater kingdom which is rich in vibranium as well. He's angered by the encroachment into his territory, and tries to hunt down the creator of the government's vibranium detector, a genius MIT student named Riri Williams. Shuri goes to protect the inventor, putting her at odds with the villain, who wages an attack on Wakanda in retaliation that kills her mother. This gives Shuri the push she needs to finally accept her responsibility as the new Black Panther. Declaring war on the underwater kingdom, Riri Williams also joins the battle, using an Iron Man-like suit of her own design. Eventually, Shuri and Namor are able to negotiate peace, creating a shaky alliance between their nations. Black Panther Wakanda Forever brought in $859 million, making it another certified hit. Most audiences weren't going because it was a continuation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but rather because they wanted to say goodbye to a beloved actor. Just like the first movie, Wakanda Forever was a cultural touchstone that was viewed in a much higher regard than most of Marvel's output. The post-credit scene also didn't try to set up any future projects, as it simply showed Nakia, Black Panther's love interest from the first movie, introducing Shuri to her son, who she had named T'Challa. It seemed as though Disney knew that it would be in poor taste to try and advertise an upcoming movie here, so they decided to end Phase 4 on a sentimental note instead. 2021 to 2022 had been the rockiest time period Marvel Studios had ever experienced. For reasons both in and out of their control, they had struggled to keep the attention of general audiences. One of the major problems many were able to point to was the sheer volume of content being released, especially when it came to streaming shows. Disney as a whole was in a bad spot during this time, and much of the blame was shouldered on their relatively new CEO, Bob Chapek. Between pushing for too much Marvel television, forcing Scarlett Johansson to publicly sue the corporation for lost wages, and getting in a lawsuit with Florida Republicans over the culture war that put their theme park at risk, he had not earned anyone's trust. Shareholders demanded change immediately. So on November 20th, 2022, it was announced that Bob Iger would be returning to his old job as head of the company. Still, many of the projects that had been in development under Chapek needed to be released. Continuing his tradition, Kevin Feige announced Marvel's slate for Phase 5 at 2022's Comic-Con. Many of these were titles that had been revealed as part of Phase 4 but had been delayed. Yet there were new films such as Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Captain America New World Order, and Thunderbolts, as well as shows like Echo, Agatha, Coven of Chaos, and Daredevil Born Again. Kevin also gave some teases about what to expect from Phase 6, specifically a new Fantastic Four film. He also officially announced the titles of the next two Avengers movies, The Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars. As one last announcement, Feige revealed that the long-in-development Blade movie had finally found its director in Bassam Tariq, and that it would be released in 2023. While fans were excited to finally have an update on the highly anticipated movie, those hopes were dashed just a few months later when Tariq stepped away due to creative differences. A new director by the name of Jan D. Monge was hired in November, and things seemed to be back on track from there.
You can read minds?
Yeah, and I really wish I couldn't.
For most of the MCU's history, the Ant-Man films were generally seen as fun side adventures that weren't integral to the overall continuity. That was all about to change though, as the third film in the series, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, promised to be an integral part of the Multiverse saga, since it would be the big screen debut of Jonathan Majors as Kang the Conqueror, after his introduction in Loki Season 1. The story begins as Scott Lang's teenage daughter Cassie reveals she has built a machine to communicate with the quantum realm. Janet, having lived there for years and knowing how dangerous it can be, warns against it. But it's too late as a group of Scott, Cassie, Hope, Hank, and Janet are all teleported into the quantum realm. There, they meet a group of freedom fighters rebelling against the realm's new ruler, Kang the Conqueror. This is a different version of Kang than the one we met in Loki, having been deemed too dangerous by a council of his own multiversal variants, and banished to the quantum realm. They are attacked by the villain's forces led by MODOK, who turns out to be Darren Cross, the antagonist from the first Ant-Man film who had been left horribly disfigured by the events of that story. Scott and his family wage war against Kang, with MODOK eventually switching sides and sacrificing his life. The evil dictator is defeated, allowing our heroes to escape the quantum realm. Quantumania left audiences cold for a number of reasons. One of the biggest criticisms was the overuse of CGI, as basically the entire movie took place entirely in front of a blue screen with effects added in post. The biggest lightning rod for this talking point was MODOK, as it fell squarely into the realm of Uncanny Valley. General audiences believed it looked too strange, while those who were familiar with the comic book design believed that it didn't look strange enough, pleasing no one. Many compared the CGI to Spy Kids 3D. There is also the inclusion of Kang. Most people actually praised Jonathan Majors' performance as one of the film's strongest elements, but they were left wondering why he had been used as the main villain. Thanos had appeared in multiple films, but always as a shadowy figure in the background, pulling the strings and allowing other, less powerful people to do the dirty work. This allowed him to seem like a bigger threat and give casual audiences a chance to get excited for when he inevitably took center stage. But to see Kang be handily defeated by Ant-Man of all people in this first movie appearance didn't exactly get viewers hyped to see him face off against the Avengers in the future. Quantumania ended up becoming the second MCU movie to receive a Rotten Critics rating on Rotten Tomatoes. It didn't fare much better at the box office either. Despite a strong opening weekend, the numbers fell drastically in the following weeks, with the film's final takeaway being about $476 million. A year after Quantumania's release, Evangeline Lilly, who played the Wasp, announced that she had retired from acting. This made her the second major Marvel actor to step away from a franchise that was already struggling to find characters that resonated with a wider audience. The film's post-credits scene shows the Council of Kangs, a group consisting of countless different versions of the Conqueror from a various group of realities, deciding to begin their quest of multiversal domination. While this might seem like one of the few credit teases that would surely be paid off, unforeseen circumstances would soon completely change the course of Marvel's multiverse saga forever. On March 26, 2023, Jonathan Majors was arrested on charges of strangulation, assault, and harassment of his ex-girlfriend Grace Jabari, whom he had met while filming Quantumania. Allegedly during an argument, the actor had forced her into the backseat of a car, twisting her arm and breaking her finger. Majors' lawyer, however, argued that the opposite was true and that Jabari had actually been the aggressor. People online watched the trial process closely, and some began to pressure Marvel to drop the disgraced performer from their films. A few months later in December, Majors was found guilty of assault and harassment, although he was ultimately able to avoid jail time and was instead sentenced to probation. But that was not the only punishment he would be facing. The same day that the verdict was handed down, Disney announced that they had fired Jonathan Majors, and had apparently held off on making a final decision until the courts had done the same. This sparked even more social media discourse. While many people believed that the studio had made the right call, there were some who claimed that they had bent the knee to cancel culture, ignoring the fact that Majors was now a convicted criminal. Disney was unlikely to walk back their decision, especially when even more women spoke up in the months that followed to accuse Majors of abuse as well. For his part, the actor did multiple interviews in which he adamantly professed his innocence, claiming to be the victim of a ruthless smear campaign. This resulted in Grace Jabari filing a defamation suit against him in March of 2024, although this was dropped when a settlement was reached a few months later. With the conflicting narratives from both parties still circling around, some people remained unconvinced that Majors was guilty. They continued demanding that Disney rehire him so he could finish the storyline he had started. However, things changed in 2025 when audio was leaked of Jonathan Majors talking to Grace Jabari in which he appeared to admit to assaulting her. This was the final smoking gun that many people needed to turn against him, and left the question of what Marvel would do going forward. Kang had been the key to their plans for the multiverse, and it seemed impossible to just toss him aside. They could always cast a new actor and just say he was a version of the character from an alternate universe. After all, this wouldn't be the first time they swapped out one black actor for another. But we had been shown dozens of different versions of Kang at that point, and every single one of them had been played by Jonathan Majors, so introducing a new iteration that happened to look completely different may have just confused casual audiences. Whatever they decided on, they would have to come up with it fast.
Okay, now what? Open the f***ing door!
With James Gunn back at Marvel following the drama a few years prior, it was time to get to work on the next Guardians of the Galaxy. Before he returned, there were rumors floating around that the House of Mouse had been asking a large group of their established directors to take over the franchise, but that obviously proved to be unnecessary. On top of that, it appeared that all of the actors from the first two movies refused to come back for a third one if James Gunn wasn't present. Volume 3 begins with the team being attacked by an incredibly powerful being named Adam Warlock as retribution for events that took place in the second installment. They are eventually able to fight him off, but not before he critically injures Rocket. In order to save his life, the Guardians must head to the lair of the High Evolutionary. the scientist who created the genetically altered raccoon in the first place. As Rocket hangs on the verge of death, we see glimpses of his origin story. He grew up alongside a group of other animals that had been experimented on before they were all killed by their creator, prompting Rocket to flee and start a life of his own as an outlaw. In the present, the High Evolutionary is unwilling to help save what he sees as a failed creation and attempts to kill the Guardians. In the end, Rocket is saved and the villain is defeated with the aid of Adam Warlock, who ultimately turns to the side of good. The film concludes with the Guardians going their separate ways, with Rocket and Groot forming a new team, Drax taking care of a group of genetically enhanced children they saved from the High Evolutionary, Mantis going off on her own to discover herself, and Star-Lord returning to Earth to live with his grandfather. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 grossed over $845 million, making it another hit for the fan-favorite franchise. The biggest controversy came from angry parents who believed the animal abuse shown during Rocket's backstory was too intense for young viewers, but for everyone else it was a breath of fresh air for the MCU. There were no multiversal cameos, no setups for future movies, and no tie-ins for Disney Plus shows, thank God. Sure, the door was left open for these characters to return at some points, but it was still the end of an era. James Gunn officially left Marvel for good after Guardians 3, this time on his own terms, as he was on to even bigger things running the show at DC. And with that, Marvel Studios had lost yet another consistently successful series, as well as the filmmaker who had turned these obscure characters into a franchise which I'm sure sold a lot of toys. A month later saw the release of Secret Invasion on Disney+, a show in which Nick Fury learns of a conspiracy by the Skrulls to destroy humanity. This finally made good on the promise of a Nick Fury-led project that was promised to us all the way back in 2006. Even though it prompted some discussion such as backlash to the use of AI in its opening sequence, on the whole, Secret Invasion failed to capture the attention of anyone and has largely been forgotten about today. It's interesting to think that this was once hailed as one of Phase 5's biggest projects, and had even been teased majorly in the post-credits of Spider-Man Far From Home. In October, Loki's second season started airing, following the God of Mischief as he takes his place at the center of time, managing all the various branching paths of history for the rest of eternity. It also included the final appearance of Jonathan Majors in the MCU, which had been filmed long before his arrest, but the finale included a line about how Kang had been dealt with for good, essentially confirming that Marvel would be moving away from the character. In my opinion, this was the right call for a number of reasons. Even if you ignore the charges against Majors, Kang just hadn't clicked with people the way Thanos had. Think about the general concept of the Infinity Saga. 6 magic rocks that give incredible power to whoever has them. That's a simple premise that casual viewers can wrap their heads around. But now they were expected to keep track of multiple versions of Kang from different universes across several movies and TV shows, and it all just became so convoluted. It didn't help that the rules of the multiverse established in Loki didn't exactly fit with what was seen in No Way Home, which itself contradicted details from Multiverse of Madness. The whole thing reeked of a studio that lost track of what they wanted to do, and they probably would have had to pivot at some point anyway, regardless of what happened with Jonathan Majors.
What's your name? Miss Marvel? Dude. Twinsies.
Captain Marvel had been one of the MCU's most controversial movies when it came out back in 2019. At the same time, it had also been one of the most profitable. So, no matter how many people on the internet despised Brie Larson, Disney was eager to get back for a sequel. They were unfortunately unable to get the directors of the first movie back though, but that's fine because I guarantee that you don't remember their names. It's okay, it's been a few hours since I mentioned them last. In their place, Nia DaCosta was brought on board. From the beginning, Brie Larson had wanted to include the character of Miss Marvel in the sequel. In addition, it also made sense to bring Monica Rambeau back from WandaVision, since she already had a history with Carol Danvers. Because the cast had suddenly turned into a small ensemble, the decision was made to change the movie's title from Captain Marvel 2 to The Marvels. In hindsight, this was a massive mistake. Captain Marvel already had a strong brand identity, so changing the name may have confused audiences who didn't understand that this was a direct sequel. This was compounded by the fact that it prominently featured two characters who had been introduced on Disney+, making people think that this was a follow-up to those shows instead. The movie brings together Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel, and Monica Rambeau as they become mysteriously linked. Whenever they use their powers at the same time, they swap places no matter where they are in space. They soon learn this is due to the machinations of Dar-Ben, the new ruler of the Kree who seeks to restore her empire to its former glory. She has discovered a magical bangle, part of a matching set with the one that gives Kamala Khan her abilities, and is searching for the other one in order to gain ultimate power. The three women unite to stop her, although Dar-Ben ends up destroying herself when she is unable to control the energy she is attempting to wield. This rips a hole between two universes, and Monica Rambeau decides to go through it, willfully trapping herself in the other reality in order to close the gap. With the sheer outrage caused by the first Captain Marvel, one might expect the sequel to elicit the same response. Surprisingly though, the reaction to this movie was incredibly mild. There were some attempts to drum up anger, but at this point, the most that could be mustered was complete and total apathy. The Marvels ended up grossing only $206 million on a rumored budget of $325 million, making it not only the lowest grossing MCU film of all time, but also the first to not even recoup the money that it cost to make. This could not have come at a worse time for Disney, since the company was having a particularly rough time at the box office, having released a string of bombs across 2023, including Wish, The Haunted Mansion, and Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. The tragic part is, the movie's actually kinda fun. It's nothing groundbreaking, but it has a solid hook, creative action set pieces, and a lot more personality than the first one. This makes it especially unfortunate that the director ended up being the one thrown under the bus for the failure of the Marvels. Bob Iger released a statement soon after the numbers started coming in, blaming a lack of studio supervision on the set for the financial failure. The director later reflected on the whole situation, admitting that she struggled to work in Disney's system and that the project she had filmed was cut to pieces in the editing room without her input. Also, I can't help but think that if they just called it Captain Marvel 2, the box office would have at least doubled. In hindsight, it's wild that they didn't keep the name considering the first film made $1 billion. The post-credits scene of The Marvels shows Monica waking up in a hospital in a new universe she ended up in. She discovers that she is being cared for by Dr. Hank McCoy, aka Beast, played by Kelsey Grammer, reprising his role from the Fox X-Men movies. Despite many people at the time thinking that this would be yet another dead end, this tease actually does seem to be going somewhere, as it was a last-minute addition to reflect Marvel's new plan after the firing of Jonathan Majors. But we'll get to what exactly those plans are later. A few months later, in January of 2024, Echo debuted on Disney Plus and Hulu. It was a show featuring the solo adventures of the character first introduced in the Hawkeye series. Unfortunately, we have no way of knowing what the plot is because nobody on Earth has ever watched Echo.
G'day, mate. There's nothing that'll bring me back to life faster than a big bag of marble.
Back when Fox still existed as an independent studio making its own movies, one of their biggest franchises was Deadpool. The series was a passion project for star Ryan Reynolds, and he was able to help take it from a project no studio exec was interested in making to two of the highest-grossing R-rated films of all time. After Disney merged with Fox, it seemed as though they were planning to scrap everything that had come before and start fresh with the characters they had acquired. When it came to Deadpool, though, it seemed like a waste to throw away a property that still had life in it, and the fourth wall-breaking nature of the character would make it easy to incorporate him into the MCU. Reynolds began meeting with Kevin Feige shortly after the buyout, and the success of films like No Way Home and Multiverse of Madness only emboldened Marvel to add characters from the Fox universe to their own. In July of 2021, Ryan Reynolds and Taika Waititi did a commercial for their upcoming movie Free Guys, another Disney/Fox production, as their Marvel characters Deadpool and Korg. This was the first time the Merc with the mouth had been seen on screen since the merger, and it was later confirmed that Free Guys director Sean Levy would be taking charge of Deadpool 3. This still left many fans wondering what direction the film would go in. With the growing emphasis on the multiverse, would it take place within the old Fox continuity, or would Deadpool simply be transplanted into the MCU? And perhaps more importantly, would it still be rated R? Kevin Feige made sure to answer that second question very early on, assuring fans that Deadpool 3 would maintain the same vulgar and bloody tone that the series was known for. As for what the movie would actually entail, that was revealed in September of 2022, when Ryan Reynolds uploaded a video to his YouTube channel.
But we did have one idea. Hey Hugh, you want to play Wolverine one more time?
Yeah, sure, Ryan.
Yes, Deadpool 3 would also be the grand return of Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, perhaps the most popular of any of the Fox Marvel actors. There was some slight pushback to this, seeing as though the character had been killed off and seemingly retired for good at the end of his last movie, Logan. Even the film's director, James Mangold, spoke up about his frustration regarding Jackman's return. I can't say that there's a part of me that doesn't wish that we'd let it be, but there was always going to be another Wolverine. There could be a baby Wolverine and a cartoon Wolverine. As much liquid as they can squeeze out of that rag, they're going to try to. The only feeling that an overwhelming majority of onlookers felt was hype though, as they had been waiting for an on-screen team-up like this for years. Excitement only grew as photos from the set started leaking online, showing Jackman wearing a comic-accurate Wolverine costume, another thing that diehards had wanted to see since the very first X-Men movie. All in all, this was shaping up to be a crowd pleaser, even if some people viewed it as nothing more than cheap fan service. The film, which ended up being titled Deadpool and Wolverine, sees the first half of the titular duo being pulled out of his reality by the Time Variance Authority. They inform him that his home universe is decaying due to the death of its anchor being, Wolverine, and that he alone has been chosen to survive and join a sacred timeline, otherwise known as the mainline MCU. Unwilling to let his friends die, Deadpool escapes to scour the multiverse in search of a new Wolverine. While he eventually finds one, the TVA still sends them both to the Void, a realm filled with people from dead and forgotten timelines. They discover that this world is controlled by Cassandra Nova, the forgotten twin sister of Professor X, whose incredible power allows her to rule over her subjects with an iron fist. Deadpool and Wolverine team up with a group of freedom fighters made up of characters from other defunct Marvel film franchises. Wesley Snipes as Blade, Jennifer Gardner as Elektra, Chris Evans as the Human Torch, although he is quickly killed off as a joke, Daphne Keane as X-23, and Channing Tatum as Gambit. Together they are able to defeat Cassandra Nova, allowing our main duo to escape the Void and return to Deadpool's home universe, which is spared from destruction. As was predicted by many jaded audience members, Deadpool and Wolverine was indeed filled to the brim with cameos and references from past movies. What they didn't predict, however, was that it was barely an MCU film at all. Sure, it had elements from the timeline continuity such as the TVA, but overall it was essentially a goodbye to the Fox era of Marvel films. The fact that the TVA were portrayed as villains for wanting Deadpool to enter the sacred timeline seemed like a slight at Disney, who had spent over a decade trying to make every Marvel project synergize with the MCU. The film even included a jab at the concept of the multiverse as a whole, as Deadpool broke the fourth wall to say that audiences were sick of it. Apparently, they weren't that sick of it though. Deadpool and Wolverine ended up grossing over $1.3 billion worldwide, making it not just the highest grossing film of Phase 5, but also the highest grossing R-rated film of all time. Perhaps most surprisingly of all, though, was that after releasing 3 or sometimes 4 movies a year since 2017, Deadpool and Wolverine was the only MCU theatrical release in 2024. There was also Agatha all along on Disney+, but you already forgot that show existed before I even finished this sentence. The success of Deadpool and Wolverine still didn't answer the question where Marvel would take the Multiverse saga, although it would soon be confirmed that they had finally figured something out. At 2024's Comic-Con, Kevin Feige announced that the Russo brothers would be returning to direct the next 2 installments of the Avengers series. Following the release of Endgame, the duo had been in a bit of a career slump, releasing a series of films for Netflix that had largely been critical duds. Even so, the announcement that the director is behind some of Marvel's biggest hits ever drew a great deal of excitement. They would also be joined by one of the writers of those films, McFeely, although his partner Christopher Marcus had decided not to return. Feige also unveiled their new plans for the next major event of the MCU. Instead of the Kang Dynasty, the next Avengers movie would now be titled Doomsday, featuring Doctor Doom as the main antagonist. As one last surprise, the actor who would be playing the villain walked out on stage to make his presence known. Yes, after being killed off in Avengers Endgame, Robert Downey Jr. was back to play a new role in the MCU. The Russos stressed that this would not be a version of Tony Stark from an alternate universe. It was, with no caveats, Victor Von Doom. This caused a wide range of reactions online. While there was a group who were just happy to see an actor they loved returning to the franchise that he helped build, there were a lot of other people criticizing the decision. Some people accused Disney of whitewashing the character, since Doctor Doom in the comics is traditionally portrayed as having gypsy heritage. Aside from that, this just seemed like a choice being made in a desperate attempt to get people back in theaters, rather than a genuine effort to find the best actor for the role. That's what all these movies seem to be anymore. They needed the catch of bringing back old characters from the dead, or assembling multiple heroes into the same film, and the shtick was kind of getting overplayed. You may have also been asking just how much Disney was willing to pay for this big-name actor and director pairing. While the exact numbers aren't public, the Russos were reportedly paid $80 million. Downey's paycheck has been left incredibly vague, as sources have only said that he has been offered, quote, significantly more than what the directing duo were given. That doesn't even include perks like private jets and all of his on-set luxuries. Not too shabby for a former heroin addict that execs didn't want to hire at union minimums just 15 years prior. For Marvel Studios, Robert Downey Jr. was their last ace in the hole to revitalize their waning franchise, and they were willing to spare no expense to get him back. As one last bit of disappointment to end 2024, in November, Blade was quietly removed from Marvel's slate of upcoming projects. This came after the film's second director, Yann Demange, had stepped down a few months prior, citing creative differences much like his predecessor. According to reports, Kevin Feige and Mahershala Ali were both holding out for the best possible script they could get, which created a lot of disagreements and delays. The production had gotten surprisingly far considering the problems, though, as costumes were already made when the film was scrapped. These outfits ended up being purchased by Warner Bros. For their vampire film Sinners, so at least something from Blade ended up being on the big screen.
Since when were they red?
At the end of Avengers Endgame, one of the biggest promises for the future of the MCU was that Sam Wilson would be taking on the mantle of Captain America. While it was generally expected that this would be setting up for an upcoming movie, it came as a shock when the story was continued in a Disney Plus show, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Even though this fit in with Marvel's strategy of heavily emphasizing streaming content, it still seemed to many like the plot point of a new person becoming Captain America was big enough that it should be reserved for a feature film. Disney eventually realized this problem as well. After some debate as to whether they should make a second season of the show, it was decided that it was finally time to bring Captain America back to the big screen with New World Order. This title was eventually changed to Brave New World, since it was thought the original name called to mind dangerous conspiracy theories that the studio would rather avoid. As the movie's cast started to get announced, onlookers became curious about what exactly the plot would entail. First of all, it was confirmed that the character of General Thaddeus Ross from The Incredible Hulk would play a major part. Ross had been one of the few characters introduced in that movie to continue making regular appearances throughout the MCU, so this on its own wasn't too surprising. Sadly, the original actor William Hurt had passed away in March of 2022, so he would have to be recast. In October of that year, Harrison Ford was brought in to play the role, adding a strong helping of star power to the project. When Brave New World was first announced, it was also confirmed that Tim Blake Nelson would reprise his role as the leader from The Incredible Hulk, finally paying off the longest dangling sequel tease in the history of the MCU 17 years later. Liv Tyler also joined the cast, returning to her old role as General Ross's daughter Betty. These were a suspicious amount of Incredible Hulk characters for a movie that was supposedly about Captain America. From what I can gather, Universal continues to get screwed over by their deal with Disney that allowed the Hulk and his supporting cast to appear in any film so long as they weren't technically the leads. Concerns started when it was rumored that the film would be undergoing extensive reshoots after some less than ideal test screenings. This isn't necessarily a bad thing considering that reshoots are a normal part of filmmaking, but the sheer extent of these alterations gave cause for worry. While reports vary, some have said that Brave New World's initial tone was too lighthearted, and the changes were made to give it a more serious edge. It was also reported that entire characters and storylines were being added in at the last minute. For his part, the actor behind Sam Wilson, Anthony Mackie, tried to assure people that these rumors were drastically overblown, and Brave New World was coming along smoothly. His claims were called into question a few months before the movie's release when the entire plot was leaked online. This did not go over well with those who read it, and seemed to confirm every negative thing that had been said about the reshoots. The extent of what was changed also leaked a few months later, once again alleging that entire characters had been added and subsequently cut. The leader had been completely redesigned, and the film's ending had initially featured the death of Thaddeus Ross before that was altered at the last minute. This did not put Brave New World in the best position when it finally released in theaters in February of 2025, but there were still some who were willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. The final cut begins as Thaddeus Ross is elected President of the United States, and Sam Wilson performs missions under his command as Captain America, alongside his partner Joaquin Torres, aka the new Falcon, introduced in the Disney Plus show. During a peace summit, Ross is attacked by a group of mind-controlled soldiers, and our hero goes to investigate who was behind it. They discover that the mastermind was Samuel Stearns, aka the leader, whose intellect was massively increased when he was exposed to gamma-irradiated blood of Bruce Banner at the end of The Incredible Hulk. Ross has been keeping the leader imprisoned in secret for years, using his intelligence to get elected president. Wanting revenge, he has concocted a plan to use the mind control technology he created to start a world war and destroy Ross's reputation. Captain America is able to stop this, but the villain has a backup plan. You see, the president also has a fatal heart condition which Stearns has been giving him pills for. But that medicine has the side effect of turning him into a Red Hulk, which happens during a press conference. Cap is eventually able to subdue him, and both he and the leader are sent to prison. Captain America: Brave New World is the third MCU movie to receive a rotten score on Rotten Tomatoes. It was blatantly obvious that the reshoots had indeed caused problems with the final product, creating a plot that felt cobbled together at the last minute. Financially, it brought in just over $415 million on a reported budget of only $150 million, although that doesn't account for everything done in the reshoots, which certainly made it skyrocket from there. The post-credit scene shows Sam Wilson talking to the leader in prison, who gives him the vague warning that the others are coming. According to reports, this was another thing added to the movie at the last minute.
I love New York.
After the end of the Marvel Netflix shows, the one that fans unanimously agreed needed to make a comeback was Daredevil. While the studio was hesitant to greenlight a full revival, characters from the series began popping up in various MCU projects across phases 4 and 5. Finally, in 2022, it was announced that the series would be revived on Disney+, with the title Daredevil Born Again, helmed by writers Matt Corman and Chris Ord. Even though people were excited for this revival, the red flags started popping up almost as soon as production began. Reports surfaced that actors Deborah Ann Wool and Eldon Henson, who played the characters Karen Page and Foggy Nelson in the original show, would not be returning. This was baffling considering they had been integral parts to the Netflix series, but it would not be the only troubling bit of news to come from the set of Born Again. Other important characters had been recast, and it was rumored that the season would barely feature any scenes of Matt Murdock suiting up to fight crime as Daredevil, instead focusing on his career as a lawyer. To outside onlookers, Born Again was shaping up to be a disaster. And it seemed like Marvel agreed, as in October of 2023, they announced that the series would be undergoing what they described as a, quote, creative overhaul. Despite the fact that the production was well underway and 6 episodes had already been mostly shot, Corman and Ord were fired from the project. Dario Scardapane was hired to replace them, becoming the first showrunner of a Disney Plus Marvel show. This marked a turning point, as it seemed like the studio had finally realized it would be best to treat their TV series like TV series. Over the following months, a number of changes had been made to Born Again, with the actors fans wanted to see returning to their roles and more superhero action added in after all. The show picks up with blind lawyer Matt Murdock a year after he had given up being Daredevil following the murder of his best friend, Foggy Nelson. He is forced out of retirement, though, when his nemesis, Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin, is elected mayor of New York City, and wages war against all costume vigilantes. Born Again ended up being generally well-liked by critics and audiences, although some have said the remnants of the original version bogged down the changes made in the creative overhaul. At the very least, this marked the turning point in Marvel's streaming production, although time will tell if it actually ends up sticking. If you're a fan of Daredevil on either Netflix or Disney+, then just read anything by writer and artist Frank Miller, since every adaptation of The Man Without Fear owes a significant amount to his work. On March 26, 2025, Disney did a live stream in order to announce the cast of Avengers Doomsday. They panned the camera across a line of chairs, each with an actor's name written on them. These included a few well-established MCU performers like Chris Hemsworth, Paul Rudd, and Letitia Wright, as well as the casts of then-upcoming films like Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four, and even some names from the original Fox X-Men movies. Perhaps even more noticeable were those who were absent. There was no Tom Holland, Brie Larson, Benedict Cumberbatch, or Ryan Reynolds. Nor were there any cast members from Guardians of the Galaxy or any characters introduced in Disney Plus shows, like She-Hulk or Moon Knight. This basically confirmed that they are heavily relying on the star power of Robert Downey Jr. to bring in general interest, but time will tell if that ends up being successful.
You are a team of scrappy anti-heroes.
Of all the movies announced as part of Phase 5, one of the strangest was Thunderbolts. While hardcore fans have been begging for a film based on the title for years, they were considered fairly obscure to casual audiences. This obviously was not a problem in and of itself, considering Marvel had been able to take characters who weren't very well known and turn them into household names in the past. The thing is, circumstances were different now. The MCU didn't have the same stranglehold on pop culture that it once did, and that wasn't even the biggest element Thunderbolts had going against it. Practically every single character in the movie had been introduced in earlier projects, be they films that were not remembered particularly well or Disney Plus shows that had long since been forgotten. The cast, consisting of Yelena Belova and Red Guardian from Black Widow, US Agent and Valentina from The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and Ghost from Ant-Man and the Wasp, were fighting an uphill battle to get audiences interested from the moment the film was announced. In a strange bid to gain public attention, an asterisk was added to the film's title in 2024, and Marvel remained very secretive about what it could possibly mean. Thunderbolts follows Yelena Belova as she has become disillusioned with performing Black Ops missions for Valentina, who herself is facing intense scrutiny and calls for impeachment by her colleagues. Valentina agrees to renegotiate Yelena's position after sending her on one last assignment to a covert facility, where the assassin meets US agent and Ghost. The surviving group realized that they were each working for Valentina, who had expected them to all kill each other, thereby eliminating anyone who could testify to her misdeeds. They also meet Bob Reynolds, a shy man with no memory as to how he got there. As the group attempt to leave the facility, they are confronted by armed soldiers, but are able to escape with the help of Bob, who discovers he has the abilities of flight, super strength, and invulnerability. Yelena and the others are found by Red Guardian, who tells them that they need to form their own team, suggesting the name Thunderbolts. When they are once again found by the soldiers, they are saved by Bucky Barnes, who has been elected to Congress in order to investigate Valentina up close. Meanwhile, the CIA director informs Bob that he was the test subject in a project intended to create Earth's next great hero after the fall of the Avengers. The Thunderbolts travel to New York, where Valentina has given Bob a costume and a codename, the Sentry, and instructs him to arrest our protagonist in the hopes that the good press will save her career in government. Things go wrong when the power corrupts Bob, though, feeding on the darker parts of his mind and turning him into a being of pure darkness known as the Void. His influence spreads across the city, trapping all who come in contact with it to relive their worst memories forever. The Thunderbolts are eventually able to pull him out, saving the day. Just as they're about to expose Valentina for her crimes, she hastily assembles a press conference and names the Thunderbolts as the new Avengers. The credits reveal that this is the true name of the film, explaining the asterisk in the title. Shortly after the film was released, Marvel Studios quickly set to work unveiling new advertisements using the title. It's arguable that this spoiled the ending of the movie, but at that point it was clear general interest was so low that they needed to pull out every stop in order to bring people into theaters. Thunderbolts ended up grossing only $382 million on a rough budget of $180, making it another financial disappointment for Disney. Those who actually did watch it gave the movie glowing praise, calling it the best Marvel release in years. They commended it for focusing on the internal struggles of the characters rather than big multiversal stakes, giant special effects heavy action scenes, or cameos from beloved actors. If you liked the film, then you would probably also like the original Thunderbolts comics. The premise and characters are completely different, but there are certain thematic elements that connect the source material and the adaptation. The post-credit scene shows the new Avengers as they settle into their base of operations known as the Watchtower, formerly Avengers Tower before it was purchased by Valentina. They're fretting because Sam Wilson is threatening to sue them over the use of the name Avengers, but this is interrupted when they receive an alert that a spaceship has entered Earth's atmosphere from another universe, branded with the logo of the Fantastic Four. A month after the release of Thunderbolts saw the debut of the latest show on Disney+, Ironheart. It followed Riri Williams, the genius inventor introduced in Wakanda Forever, as she falls in a gang led by a magically enhanced criminal known as the Hood. Struggling with the morally dubious actions of her new allies and her struggles to be recognized for her work, Riri is approached by the demon Mephisto, who offers her everything she has ever wanted, which she accepts. This is another show that fell flat with viewers, but at least introduced a villain that fans had been clamoring for since WandaVision. Phase 5 had officially drawn to a close on a critical bang but a financial whimper. Unlike previous eras, there had been no giant announcement of upcoming projects for Phase 6. Kevin Feige announced in June of 2025 that Marvel Studios opted to massively scale back their output following the multiple box office duds that they had experienced. Much of the blame was placed on the sheer volume of content that they had released in a relatively short amount of time. As he put it, from the first Iron Man in 2008 through Endgame in 2019, Marvel produced around 50 hours of screen storytelling. In the 6 years since Endgame, the number jumped to an astounding 102 hours of movies and television, 127 hours if you include animation. That's too much. Just because they were scaling back on streaming content didn't mean movies were coming to a halt though, and the first film of Phase 6 released just a month later.
Okay.
Ever since Disney's acquisition of Fox, one of the biggest questions was what they would do with Fantastic Four. Despite being incredibly important and beloved in the source material, the characters had never gotten that same reception in their previous feature film adaptations. Feige was adamant that he was committed to making sure Marvel's first family were properly represented in the MCU, but the road to get there was incredibly bumpy. When the project was first announced, John Watts was attached to direct. As had become all too common, he stepped away in April of 2022 as he was feeling burnt out on superhero movies after completing work on the newest Spider-Man trilogy. This began a lengthy process of trying to find a suitable replacement, as Marvel still had not fully decided what they wanted to do with the Fantastic Four yet. After months of searching, they finally settled on WandaVision director Matt Shakman in September. Casting the Fantastic Four was also a difficult task. It wasn't just a matter of finding the right fit for each character, but also finding actors who were willing to sign on for the multi-picture deal required of the MCU. This wouldn't have been so much of an issue in the 2010s, when the franchise was on top of the world and getting a starring role in it was a ticket to instant stardom. It was seen as a bigger risk in the 2020s as more and more of their movies floundered at the box office, making performers hesitant to come aboard. Multiple big names like Adam Driver and Emma Stone were approached, all of whom said no. Eventually, the lead roles were filled by Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Joseph Quinn, and Eben Moss Bachrach in February of 2024. This was accompanied by a drawing of what the Fantastic Four were going to look like, as the film would apparently have a 1960s retro-futuristic style unlike anything Marvel had put in their movies thus far. There was a slight amount of pushback, mainly centered around Pascal since people felt he was cast more for star power than how much he fit the character, but otherwise it seemed to go over well with fans. The most controversial actor added to the movie was Julia Garner as a gender-swapped Silver Surfer, which prompted some accusations that they had gone woke and would as a result go broke, but this skirmish was minor in the grand scheme of things. In the lead up to release, there was a lot of talk about how much was riding on this movie, later retitled The Fantastic Four: First Steps. To many, this seemed like Marvel's last chance to regain the confidence of the public before Avengers Doomsday. The film would be introducing a team who would become one of the next core pillars of the MCU, and its success or failure would determine the fate of the entire franchise. It's interesting to note that this film came out the exact same month as James Gunn's Superman, a movie that would similarly determine the fate of DC's cinematic universe. Disney was acutely aware of the importance of first steps. In the weeks leading up to the release, it was reported that the film had received some pretty massive edits, as large chunks and entire characters that had been featured in the trailer were cut from the final project just before release. Studio executives wanted to leave nothing to chance, removing any excess content and polishing the movie as much as they could to ensure that it would be enjoyed by the widest audience possible. That just leaves one question: did it work? Well, the film takes place in an alternate universe dubbed Earth 828, where the Fantastic Four are already established as the world's only superheroes. We're given a brief recap of their history. Many years ago, a team of explorers went to space in a rocket and were bombarded by cosmic rays, giving them all incredible powers. There's the genius scientist Reed Richards, aka Mr. Fantastic, with the ability to stretch and contort his body into any shape. His wife Sue Storm, aka the Invisible Woman, who can fade from sight and create force fields from thin air. Her brother Johnny Storm, aka the Human Torch, able to fly and set his body aflame without harm. And Reed's best friend Ben Grimm, aka the ever-lovin' blue-eyed thing, whose rock-like skin makes him super strong and able to withstand great amounts of damage. The team have become celebrity heroes in the time since the accident, and we catch up with them in the modern day just as Sue reveals to Reed that she is pregnant. Before they can truly celebrate this news, though, Earth is visited by a being known as the Silver Surfer, who tells them that the lord she serves, Galactus, is on his way to eat the planet. The four, obviously unwilling to let this happen, get in their spaceship to take the fight straight to the cosmic entity. When they meet Galactus, he offers a trade. He will spare Earth in exchange for Reed and Sue's unborn child, who he senses will possess incredible godlike powers. They refuse, narrowly escaping with their lives as Sue goes into labor during the getaway. They return to Earth with a new baby, who they name Franklin, and devise a plan B. Meanwhile, Johnny learns the native language of the Silver Surfer, revealing to her that he knows she was once a normal person who agreed to become the herald of Galactus in order to save her planet. As each of the Fantastic Four's plans begin to fail, the combined efforts of Sue and the redeemed Silver Surfer are able to push Galactus into a portal to the other side of the universe. Sue dies as a result of overexerting herself, but Franklin's cosmic powers kick in and bring her back to life. The post-credit scene takes place 4 years later as Sue discovers Dr. Doom in her living room trying to take Franklin, although his back is turned to the camera the entire time, and he never speaks, so it's unlikely they actually got Robert Downey Jr. for this cameo. The Fantastic Four First Steps premiered in theaters to a strong opening weekend, bringing in over $117 million. This led many to declare it was the hit that Marvel had been hoping it would be, but things took a drastic turn when those numbers fell by 67% in its second week, with it barely passing the $500 million mark by the end of its theatrical run. That's far from a bomb, but is still considered a disappointment considering how much importance was heaped on the success of this project. Another point mentioned for the decline in box office numbers is now that all these movies come out on Disney Plus a few months after movie theaters, a lot of people just don't see the need to leave their house to watch them on opening weekend. That's the dual-edged sword with a streaming service. It gets a company steady money from loyal fans, but it risks making that same audience no longer interested in big one-time purchases like they had in previous eras. Much like Thunderbolts, though, First Steps received glowing praise from the people who watched it. Even if the last-minute cuts make the pacing way too fast, the colorful and creative set design makes it visually distinct from anything else the MCU has to offer, and the entire cast fits into their roles perfectly. In the lead-up to the release, the cast and crew made no secret about their love for the Fantastic Four. Matt Shakman has talked about several comics that inspired the movie, and Vanessa Kirby has gone on record regarding other classic storylines that she would love to adapt in future sequels. It was refreshing seeing people working on a Marvel movie have such a deep passion for their source material after so long. If you're interested, I highly recommend checking out the Fantastic Four comic by Mark Waid and Mike Wieringo, as it's the best jumping on point for modern readers. Some of you might be wondering why we've put so much focus on the comics in this movie about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Well, as I researched the subject more and more, I think that giving some credit to the original creators behind these characters is sorely needed in the space. And this leads to a final point of contention within the MCU that I've yet to mention. On May 26, 2025, legendary writer Peter David passed away after battling severe health complications. David had a long career with Marvel, during which time he wrote for several characters like the Hulk, creating concepts that would be adapted into multi-million-dollar movies. He was so poor in his final days that his family had to use GoFundMe to cover his medical expenses. Bill Mantlo, the writer who co-created the incredibly profitable character Rocket Raccoon, also had to turn to crowdfunding for a similar reason. These are just a couple examples that show the low regard with which Disney holds its artists. These creatives can make characters and concepts that go on to become staples of popular culture and make billions of dollars, and yet they barely see a cent of it. So if you're a fan of the movies and have never checked out the source material, at the very least, hopefully you've been encouraged to try something new here. Writer Bo DeMaio, who was behind the beloved animated series X-Men 97, has come out to disparage Kevin Feige and Marvel Studios' approach to filmmaking after his experience pitching concepts for the shelved Blade movie. There's no spark, there's no vision. Marvel is a slaughterhouse factory where you watch fresh meat get spoiled as it slowly makes its way through the assembly gears of mediocre thinking and this weird hatred for their own product. Talking about the comic book writers is met with open contempt. While he's far from the first person to express frustration with Marvel Studios' process, nobody who has seen it from the inside has ever put it quite so bluntly before. We don't know for certain how true it is, but it certainly lines up with a lot of what we do know about the company. Things are planned long in advance by executives before any actual creatives come on board, and unique flair is usually downplayed in order to maximize the potential audience. Unlike previous eras, we don't have a full slate of upcoming MCU movies. The only ones we know for sure are the 2 Avengers films as well as 2026's Spider-Man Brand New Day. Thunderbolts director Jake Schreier is reportedly helming the next X-Men movie, but time will tell how that turns out. There's also more Disney Plus content to come, such as a Marvel Zombies animated series that will finally introduce Blade into the MCU, but that has also been scaled back. There have been some troubling reports coming out of Avengers Doomsday, as they are allegedly shooting the movie without a finished script. Actor Alan Cumming has also said that he filmed all of his scenes in complete isolation in front of a green screen, never seeing any of the other performers he was supposed to be interacting with. Add on top of that rumors of tensions between other actors on set, makes the production seem incredibly rough. In a recent interview, Kevin Feige has said that the upcoming Avengers Secret Wars is intended to reset the continuity, although he made it clear this wouldn't be a full reboot. He also hinted that we may one day see recasts for iconic characters like Tony Stark and Steve Rogers, who were long assumed to be retired permanently. My personal prediction is that when all else fails, Marvel will work out a deal with DC to do crossover movies with the likes of Superman and Batman, as one last desperate attempt to squeeze out billion-dollar hits from this dying genre. After this, they'll retire comic book movies for a while and move on to the next big thing. But this is still a bit away, as James Gunn was just recently rejected by Disney when trying to get a Deadpool cameo in one of his DC projects. In conclusion, the success of the MCU is truly unprecedented and will likely never be replicated. Now past their heyday, it's at least admirable that they're still trying to do new things to shake up the universe. It's unclear if they'll ever be able to reclaim the cultural dominance they once had, or if they'll scrap everything they've built and start anew in a few years. But for better or worse, Marvel has redefined the way society at large understands blockbuster filmmaking, and there's no going back.